Hi friends, welcome to techarkit YouTube channel. My name is Ravi. In this video session we are going to see that what is mean by RHCE exam. So the exam code is EX300 Red Hat Certified Engineer. So this examination has a prerequisite of RHCSA. So we already completed RHCSA examination course details, and all the videos content is covered on a previous videos. So you can refer the previous video to read all this RHCSA content, and after passing off that RHCSA you can read this RHCE examination, and this examination is also the similar to the RHCSA examination, but this has 3.5 hours of hands-on lab and the same marks. The 300 out of 300 you have to get 210 for the pass marks, but this examination has more advanced content. RHCE is going to be a little bit difficult, like the examination attempt percentage on the single attempt, like 40% is only the pass percentage of the RHCE examination. So most of the 70% people, they fail on the single attempt. They have to re-prepare for the examination again. So that's why you have to prepare very well, and here it depends on the network services most of the examination over here. So let's see this, what is the content over here we have to prepare. So for the RHCE examination, so system configuration and management, use networking teaming, like this is the very important things, like creating and teaming and bonding in the RHCL 7 with the configuration what they provide on the lab or what they provide on the examination. So if you fail to configure this teaming or the bonding, it means that you failed, because based on this network configuration only the other services depends, and configuring the firewall settings and IPv6 settings, all these is definitely a dependent services on the other services as well. Like example, you have configured a web server, but the network is not properly working, then you cannot access the web server, so the configuration would be waste. In the similar way, they will provide you the to configure the some iSCSI initiator, the iSCSI storage, and they will ask you to mount the iSCSI related storage to the client. Then they will give you the iSCSI initiators and all the details, all the stuff on the examination itself. But if your network is not properly configured, you cannot go to and configure this iSCSI related stuff. So that's why this first section is very important, and you have to be very sure in configuring and practicing so many times, or else you in my examinations, like in the first attempt I have failed because I just miss over than a reverse quotation mark while configuring the teaming and bonding. So that's where the teaming and bonding failed. I did not remember exactly what did I the mistake on the examination. So that waste of my total preparation time, and I know I attempted all this total examination perfectly, but at end of the configuration file I just missed some quotation marks or the reverse quotation takes. So that's where the total network teaming and network configuration went off, and in this 3.5 hours actually you will not feel that time is not enough. Like if you properly do a configuration step by step immediately as soon as you get into the hands-on lab, so within 3.5 hours you can complete it. But if you just mismatch any configuration, or you are just roaming around any configuration stuff doing there, then 3.5 hours is not enough for the examination. So That's why you have to be very perfect in configuring and doing all this stuff. The things over here, it is the configuring the advanced level C Linux and firewall, port forwarding, port labeling, all the stuff or on the firewall, and creating this web server with the SSL certificate and CGI based application deployment and virtual hosting, which means that you can configure the single web server with the multiple websites, the virtual hosting configuration, and DNS server configuration, NFS, so this NFS client configuration, and Samba server configuration, SMB, and SMTP mail server configuration, where they will provide you the SMTP relay agent and you have to configure that client to send some email to the using the email address. So SSH, actually this is very easy. Actually this is most of the stuff is already covered on the RHCSA itself, but you have to little bit brush up that SSH things. And NTP and these two topics most of the times they covered in RHCSA topic itself, but little bit more over here just configuring the stuff. And here the more advantage is that creating, installing and configuring the MariaDB database, like how you can configure and install this MariaDB instance and launch the database and take the backup and restore and create simple database schema, like how you are creating the tables, insert the data, delete the data, all this stuff activities is going to be done on this MariaDB session. So this is how we are going to learn from today. So NFS server and client installation and configuration. So what does mean by the NFS? NFS in the sense network file system. This network file system is used to share your drive from the one server to the other clients, and where the clients can mount that file system as their local drive across the multiple nodes or the multiple clients, so that whenever you wanted to share one software to the most of the clients and install it, it would be easier to share one NFS share from the server or the one NFS export from the server, then mount it to the multiple clients and store one file. Then you can able to see into the all the clients, and simple using the small scripts you can install the patches or install some updates or install some softwares you can do using that. Yes, so how you can install it and configure the NFS server over here. So the NFS server in RHCL7, we are going to install it and configure it. Here our environment currently I'm going to show you. Here it is that NFS server is going to be 192.168.2.43. So the server is going to be a 192.168.2.43, and the client NFS client is going to be 192.168.2.49. so I'm going to export from the NFS server, and I'm going to mount it into the client. So here the NFS has a NFS is used in Linux is to share the files and directories, share the directories to the multiple servers. So where this standalone NFS server do not have any security, in the sense does not require any authentication like username, password to connect to that NFS, but it's based on the IP address. Whenever you export it, the export can be exported using the IP address or the network CID, so that all the network systems can be accessible using that IP address. Okay, so later point of time we are going to secure the NFS. We are also going to see that. So basically the packages required to install over here, it is that NFS utils and daemon, in the sense the service name is to be nfs-service.service, and the port number, by default port number of the NFS is 2049, okay, and the configuration file is going to be /etc/exports. So now just install NFS utils. The dependencies is going to be installed, the NFS util is installed. Now systemctl enable NFS -service or NFS server dot service. Okay, it's enabled, and now you can going to be start this NFS server, right? NFS server is failed to start. What happened? Because I think it did not have any configuration over here, failed to start the NFS service. To start the services, we have to verify the RPC bind service, so which is not started. Okay, we will start this RPC bind service, RPC bind, no such a file or directory, sorry, RPC bind. Okay, and we are going to restart the server again, restart NFS server dot service. Now you can see this systemctl status NFS server. So this is what we have to do. We have to enable the firewall ports. Okay, firewall -cmd permanent. I'm just going to write the service equal to NFS, and also mount D, and also RPC bind. These are the services must be enabled to mount this NFS to the remote server, and I'm going to make some directory called NFS server, something like that. Okay, this NFS server, okay, I'm just going to change this permission to the NFS nobody, because the NFS nobody is the service account name where it's going to be have the full control on the server, that NFS services. Okay, and I'm just going to change these permissions. Okay, 770 and /NFS server, because whenever I would like to mount the remote session, I have to have the read and write permissions over there, so that's why. And /exports is the configuration file, where you have to specify this directory path, which one you would like to export. Okay, directory path, and which system you are going to exporting. Example 092.168.2.49, or maybe you can also use total subnet mask value, and what is the permissions you are going to use over here. So here you can also use sync, something like this, read and write sync, so that the NFS would be auto sync in between. Okay, or else you can also just specify the rewrite would be also fine. Now my export is exported. So in order to verify these exports, okay, just to run export fs -avr, so that you can see this is the exporting from the server to total network. So whatever the network in series, you can able to mount that into this NFS. So now just going to the client. So here you just to show that show mount -e and provide the server IP address 2.43, and you could able to see show mount is command is not found. Okay, show mount what provides show mount, because we need to know that what is the package need to be installed. So NFS utils is the package which provide the show mount command. So m install and install this NFS utils. Okay, NFS utils package is got installed. Now again I'm just going to run this show mount-e command. Now you can see this, the exposed list from that server is NFS server, which is exported to the all the network. Okay, now just mount this directory over here using the mount command. Mount -t, specify the file system as -o. You just specify sync over here, or else you already provided the sync, you no need to provide over here. Okay, anyway I'm just providing the sync over here. Say 2.49, sorry 43 is the server name, and provide this directory path, which one you are exporting. This is the one you are exporting, right? You just provide that name and where you would like to mount that one, /media. Now you can just type dff&h. You can see this, the path has been mounted, and you can see this entire the files. Okay, just go into the /media over here, and now you can create some files, test line, something like this. So you can see this, both the files you can able to write to that NFS. Now you can just go to the server and go into the NFS server and see this, both the files has been created. You can verify that ownership has been done from the NFS nobody, because the NFS nobody is the service account which we have using for this NFS service to be start and stop, and NFS permissions, all the stuff. In order to permanently mount this one, what you have to do is that just edit this fs tab entry /etc/fs tab over here, and just write that file path over here. Okay, so how you have to write, you have to write this entire path from here to here and provide this file system. Okay, which path you would like to mount to /media, and file system is NFS and defaults and 0 and 0. That's it, and type mount-a. You can see that. Okay, just you mount it /media and type mount-a to confirm whether our mount point is working perfectly or not. That's it. How you can assign IPv4 and IPv6 address to the single interface, in a sense single interface card on the Linux. So we are going to communicate from one client to the other client using this IPv6. See this, how we can assign this IP address over here. Now, so basically IPv6 address is going to be a 128-bit which has 8 fields in the sense, example say that one field separated with the semicolon, second field, third field, fourth field, like this. There are so many fields, 8 fields in this okay, like this. There are 8 fields in the IP address. Basically in IPv4 we have only 4 fields which is separated by the full stop, but here which is separated by the colon. And IPv6 address can be written in hexadecimal format, which means that from 0 to 9 and A to F, you can write any values over here within this limitation. Okay, this is called as an IPv6. Basically the IPv6 has so many numbers of the IPs, like which we cannot expect that number. It's a huge big 2 to the power of 128. What is the big number? You will get it. That is the number is going to be a IPv6 number of IPs you will get in IPv6. Why we have to use IPv6 in order to we already have the IPv4, right? But IPv6 which is required because IPv4 IP addresses are getting full, almost they are 98% full for the current usage. Going forward they are going to be full, and no more IP addresses you will get in this world. So how we can overcome that? So in order to that, so there is a two series are started. One is an IP version 5 and another is an IP version 6. IP version 5 is for the developing the protocols and all the internet protocol stuff, which is going to be experimental always, and the implementation would be moved to the IPv6, and IPv6 would be live on the systems. Now IPv6 example say that IPv6 can be used for like so many devices currently. Now if you assume that IoT, okay, like where you will you are not only the system or the mobile or the like smartwatches or everything, like example say that electronic power cards, electronic fridges and washing machines and so many devices in the world is going to be enabled with the IPs. So they are going to be controlled from the remote. Example say that if you want to switch on your light, example say that, so you can switch on your light from the your mobile device. Really growing, there is so many devices needs the IP address. That's why we move to the IPv6, and let's see this how we can assign the IPv6 to the interfaces. Okay, let's do this. So let's example see over here cat sysconfig. The basically the IPv6 IP configuration is going to be stored over here, network scripts and if cfg, and the interface name is going to be this one. Now you can see this is the actual IP address, IP configuration file, but here where you can see this IPv6 is not enabled. Okay, but we are not going to edit this file over here, and we are going to edit just we are going to see this using the nmcli command. Let's see this. So example what I'm going to do is that nmcli connection show. Okay, and what are the connections we have? Currently we have only one connection which is currently configured with the IPv4 address. Okay, let me switch back to the root user in order to modify the configuration over here. nmcli connection modify. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to modify this connection, the ENS connection, with IPv6 address. IPv6 dot addresses, and we have to provide one IP address, IPv6 address over here. So I already made some IP address over here. So within the quotation marks we have to provide. Let's say that this is the IP address I'm going to provide over here, IPv6 address, and IPv6 dot method. I'm going to use this method is manual. Okay, just let me bring it down, the connection down, and the connection name, and bring it up. Now I'm just going to bring it up, this connection. Okay, now you can see this IP address over there. IPv6 address would be visible over here. You can see this 128 bit IP address has been added to this connection. To see this ping 6, and I'm just going to ping this IP address. Okay, ping 6, you have to ping this IP address, and say this, you can able to see this, you are able to get the reply back from this IP address within the same system. Maybe you can go ahead and add another IP address in the same series so that can be communicated with the other systems as well. Okay, let's see, edit this configuration over here. Now make this as yes, and NMCLI connection modify. I'm going to modify existing connection, and I'm going to add IPv6 addresses within the quotation marks, and okay, and method IPv6 dot method is manual. Okay, now you have to bring down the NMCLI connection down and bring up the connection back. Now you can see this IP address over here. What is this configuration file looks like. Okay, say this IPv6 addresses. That's about it. Assigning the IP address is assigning the IPv6 address in a examination is one of the examination question. You have to be prepared for that. How you can configure a port forwarding rule in firewall. So how we can make that port forwarding rule, or you can say that how we can make this rich rule on this firewall in order to forward one of the port from one port to another port internally. So how we can do that? Basically, I have made a video on the previous sessions like that, how firewall works and what is the zones and mosquitoes and all the stuff, but I'm not going to explain all the details in over here. I will provide you the link on the description. If you want to see that video, you can see that, and I recommend to see that video if you are a beginner or you did not see the firewall about the firewall related stuff. You can see that Firewall D on the description. Then come back to this video, you will get the complete picture of how the firewall works and how it's going to be. Basically, this firewall works on the kernel module called net filters, and the IP tables, and the Firewall D works both on the net filters. But if you'd like to see that, but any point of time you have to activate only one, IP tables or Firewall D. So IP tables, which is going to be a little bit complicated on writing the rules, but Firewall D give you a more flexibility on writing the rule. So we use the Firewall D itself. Before that, you have to verify that IPv6 should be disabled. IP tables would be disabled and masked properly. Then only you can start the Firewall D things. Okay, systemctl disable IP tables over here. It's already disabled actually, so that's why it says that you cannot do again. And we have to verify that systems Firewall D status over here. Oh, it's not running. You have to start this, otherwise you cannot make any rules on the Firewall D over here. Start it, then you have to enable it back to run on the startup. Okay, now you can see the status. The firewall is running over here perfectly. You have to just make the rule over here using the firewall -cmd -permanent, because we are going to make the rule as a permanent, and add a rich rule, and rich rule within the single quotations we are going to make over here. Rule is that the family address is IPv4 I'm using over here, and source address, you have to make this source address is 192.168.2.44. 24 our subnet mask, and forward the port number and the port name from 153 to port. So from port we have given, and we have to provide the to port also. Okay, and port protocol is TCP or UDP. You can use any stuff. I'm using TCP over here. To port equal to 132. Like this, you have to make this from port and to port, all the details within the single quotation marks. Okay, remember. Then enter the rules over here, then reload the firewall, or else the whatever you make the rule, it's not going to be effective. And firewall cmd list all. So I'm just going to make the list all over here. You can see this rule over here, the rich rules, which is written from like forwarding the port from 153 to 132. Whenever you land any protocol, any access you are running over here on the 153, which is going to be LAN to the 132 on the internal. Or you can also list using the rich rules over here, which makes the direct rich rule what you have made over here. We are going to see that how we are going to combine multiple network interface cards as a group or as a team, which can work to provide as a redundancy. So how it provides as a redundancy, and we are going to see that. So let's before jumping into the practical the scenario, I'm just going to explain here. Let's see this. So example say that this is our standard way, like how we connect our server machines and the desktop machines. Example in this picture, if you can see this, the left side of it, the machine, which is the server, which has one NIC card and which has the IP address as 192.168.150, and which is connected to the network switch, and all the clients is also connected to this network switch. Now, so this server hosting some web application, example say that any other applications which are accessible throughout this network. So this is a server and client architecture, which is going to be the clients are going to be access the server using this IP address or the name, DNS name. So what happens in case of, so you are running your critical applications, so business critical applications on the server. All of this sudden what happens is that one of this, so it has only one NIC card, that NIC card went to failed. So the NIC card failed. What happens? The servers will get request timed out. So it's not going to be served. So where is your business critical application is going to be solved using this server, but the server is okay and the application is running fine, but all of this sudden the NIC card went to fail. What happens? Then so whatever the high-end configuration machine you are using on that server, but all the resource is no point which is not serving the data to the client. So let's see that another scenario over here. I have the machine with a new 2 NIC cards. Okay, so in this case both the NIC cards are working individually and they have 2 IP address, and the server is configured good with the application configuration, and I have the 2 NIC cards, which means that if one fails another has the redundant, but both the NIC cards are working individually, it's not teamed. So they have 2 IP addresses, one is 2.150 and another is 2.151. Now the users knows that 150 IP address, they not know 151, or they always used to have 150 address or the one server name which is pointing to that 150 address. Maybe they know the name. Then what happens all of a sudden, the NIC 1 failed. So the data still can be served using the 151 or the DNS name which is already mapped to the 150 address, but the 151 address is failed. So what you have to do, you have to manually switch over the name, DNS name, to the 151, which will take some time to replicate, or which will take some time to resolve this DNS naming, not immediately. So in that delay, so there is a, you will get that desktops is that they are not, the end users then complains that I am not able to access. So if you have a smaller group or if you have a small infrastructure, then you can communicate to the user saying that, hey, this NIC card went down and you have to use this IP address as an alternative, or otherwise you have to bring down the NIC 1 configuration and apply the same configuration to the NIC card. So on the production environment, this is not a good solution, always changing the IP address and changing this DNS configuration and all the stuff. So either you have this alternative or the redundant, but this is not a good way to do this stuff. So we came this is a very good solution over here. In case of something happened to the one of the NIC card, then other NIC card can serve without interrupting the services to the end users. So what happens over here actually, how this teaming works? This teaming works over here is that one NIC card, in case so both the NIC cards do not have any IP address. They just connected with the physical network, and top of that we are going to create a virtualized NIC card or the virtualized configuration where it applicable to the both the NIC cards. See this, so here this is the one NIC card and this is the second NIC card. This team 0 is a virtual configuration, so there is no NIC card, there is no nothing. So this is a virtual interface which has all the IP configuration, and this works as a master configuration. For this both the NIC cards are working as slaves, which means that whatever the configuration type you use, maybe you use a round robin mechanism, or you may use load balancing mechanism, or you may use failover mechanism, or you may use broadcast mechanism. So whatever the failover method you use on this configuration, example say that if you are using the round robin mechanism, which means that both the NIC cards have these, both the NIC cards are serving the data. Example, this is called as an active, but the request will be going to the one NIC card for the one user and second user for the second NIC card. Like that, it's going to be round robin mechanism to serve the data to the clients. But if you use a load balancing mechanism, which means that one is having the load, higher load, then the other will take the load, and one have the less load and other will give the load to that NIC card. So it's going to be a load balancing mechanism, or if you have the multiple NIC cards or the multiple serving data, so there's going to be load balancing in between the cards. But if you are going to use a failover mechanism, so one work as an active, another work as a backup. So if active fails, then the backup will be automatically brought up. You don't need to do any configuration changes over here. So that was the, so example say one NIC 1 got failed, then automatically NIC 2 will be served with the data immediately without any disruption to the clients. Even the client does not know that the NIC card 1 went down. So in meanwhile, if you have any other NIC card, you can replace it or you raise to the request to the vendor and get the card and replace it. Until that, the NIC card 2 is going to be serve the data. So this way, if you use this method on the production environments, so that serves your data uninterruptedly. So you have the redundancy on the NIC cards or the network interface cards. Like your data will be served to the clients without interruption. How? So the same scenario we are going to see that how we are going to configure on the Linux machine over here. Let's see that. So this is the machine I have over here. So this machine I have, so I'm just switching back to the root user over here. Let's see this. So here I have actually 3 devices I have over here. One is ENS 37, 38 and 33. So currently I am connecting using this ENS 33, which is already connected, and another 2 are also connected, but we are going to disconnect them and use them as a team. These 2 individually connected now, but we are going to use them as a individually. So how we are going, so sorry, it's currently already configured as a individually. Then we are going to make them as a team and configure the IP address over there and bring down one interface and see this whether we are getting any interruption on the service which is serving the data over here. Okay, so let's see this, how we are going to configure this configuration and what is we have to do over here. So in a previous situations where RHCL 5 or RHCL 6 was there, so you have to use that mode numbers one, like 0, 1, 2, 3, something like that. But bonding will not support actually an LSCP. Without configuring that LSCP on the network side, you can also configure the LSCP on this teaming as well. Okay, so we are just going to configure that one. So let's first of all delete that previous configuration, NMCLI. So just see this, how many connections we have over here. So we have 1, 2, 3 configurations over here, which is actually activated and running over here. The connection name called wired 1 and connection name called wired 2. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to bring down that connections. So the wired connections I don't want actually. So wired connection 1 and wired connection 2. So both the connections I just brought down. Okay, NMCLI connection status show. You can see this now. Wired 1 and wired 2 has been disconnected. There is no usage, and maybe we can also delete these connections if you don't want. So which can cause the confusion later point of time. Now both the connections has been deleted. Right now we are going to create a fresh connection with the team configuration. Then we are going to make both the NIC cards, the interface cards as a slaves for that, as a slave for that configuration. So if we bring down one NIC card, also still the data can be served. So in order to do that, what you have to do here is that we are going to create a connection with the team configuration. NMCLI connections, add the type. Whatever the type we are going to take here is that team. The configuration is team, and the configuration name, whatever the configuration name you would like to put as over here. I'm just going to keep this as a team 0, and if name, what is the name you would like to use for this connection over here. So I say that it's to be identical over here, that's why I just use the same name for this interface name also as a team name, and I'm just going to apply this configuration over here with single quotations, remember, and enabled process. So multiple enabled process over here, and I'm within first process I'm just enabling this double quotations and saying that runner. Okay, after that you just put a colon over here, and in this the next process you have to write is that name, and I'm just going to give the space over here, say that active backup. So I'm just going to configure this configuration as active and backup, which means that failover mechanism, whenever one card fails, another card becomes an active and serve the data as soon as possible, as soon immediately one card fails. See this? So you have to remember this over here. So in examination, if you did a mistake like any of the quotation marks, closed quotation marks, or the open quotation marks, or the open process or the closed process, if you mess up, then the configuration is not going to be effective or not going to be run perfectly. So now the team connection has been added successfully. Now let's go and see this NMCLI connection show. Now the connection has been activated or not activated, it's just available over here. So now what you have to do, that you have to activate this configuration and bring the configuration, so that you have to assign the IP, provide the IP address over here, and bring up that connection, then it's going to be work. MCLI connection modify team 0. I'm just going to modify this one, and I'm going to put this address. I just say 192.168.2.156. it's the IP address. I'm just going to put /24. remember, you have to put /24 over here. IPv4 gateway, and if I already have the gateway for the different one, but I cannot use multiple gateways over here. 2.2 IPv4 DNS. So just I'm going to put the DNS as 8.8.8, or maybe I have the same gateway IP address as the DNS. This is the DNS over here, and just say that connection auto connect, which means that whenever your system has been rebooted, it should connect automatically. You don't need to connect manually, go there and activate the connection manually, no need. So just connect automatically. So IPv4 method, so which means that I'm not going to use any DHCP over here. I'm just going to manually assign the IP address. That's what I'm doing over here. Now the IP address configuration has been applied to the team 0. Now add both the NIC cards as slaves to that configuration over here. NMCLI connection, add type team slave. So I'm just going to add this as a slaves, the connection names. So what is that connection name over here? So I'm going to put identical over here. This one port 0 or port 1 or port 2, maybe you can use port 0 or port 1. Okay, I'm just going to use port 0. So the name which I'm going to use over here is that ENS37. I already have the same connection name, right? I'm going to use the same ENS37. Team 0 is a master one, and I'm adding this ENS37 as a slave. So I'm defining master as a team 0. Okay, enter, and the same configuration I'm just going to apply to this ENS38 and port 1. So team connection add, the slave connection is going to be port 1, and the interface name is going to be ENS38. Now we have added one is on a master, another two as an a slaves. Let's see this NMCLI connection show over here. You can see this, both the configurations got activated, and you can see this NMCLI device status. So both the cards has been connected and the team 0 has connected too. So actually it has 47 IP address over here, so it is going to be ping. So you can see this IP address over here is that the team 0 has the IP address has 192.168.2.47. okay, now I'm just see this, you can see this ENS 37 and 38 which do not have any IP address over here, so which is say that the master of this card is going to be team 0 over here. You can see this, so that is E configuration ENS 37 and 38, and the team 0 which has 192.168.2.47 over here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to ping this IP address from the external configuration and see this if we can get any interruption while pinging it, or while example say that if I bring any connection down over here which can interrupt anything over here. Let's see this. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to bring down this connection down, and team 0 port 0. So I'm just going to bring down this connection over here, and you can see this. So the ping is not interrupting, it's continuously pinging. Or if you can go and bring down the port 1, so what happens? So it's going to be interrupted. You can see this, it's not pinging. You will get the request timeout over here. See this, it's getting request timed out. But if I bring down any one of the connection over here, what happens? NMCLI connection, and bring up team 0 port 1, which is not actually the master one, but what happens to the connection? See this, it's immediately available to the users. So that's what you can do over here. Like you can see this, the active backup is working fine as expected, so without any problems. So that's what is the connection makes the difference for us. You can see this, the connection, the team port 1 is not connected on any device over here. Like this, you can use this configuration to configure as a team. Now the team works fine without any instruction. You can also see this team DCTL team 0 state. What is the state is running over here? You can see this, the runner is an active backup over here, and one connection is up. See this, both the connections are up, right? But if I bring down one of the connection over here, what happens? So just go and bring down this connection over here, bring down this connection over here, and CLI connection down, and team 0 port 1, and verify that the state. What happens? So there is only one port is currently active, the another port is not active. So the active port is ENS 37. But if I bring up the same connection over here, it can show that both the connections are up. So this is what you can verify your configuration over here. Or maybe you can disconnect this device, disconnect ENS 37, disconnected successfully. I can go ahead and see this. So whatever it is, you maybe bring up the device, or you maybe bring up the connection, or does not matter, but both the connections at the same time, one maybe work as an active, another maybe work as a backup. Then if you bring up any device up and down, so there is no interruption to the users. We are going to configure a iSCSI target and initiator, which means that one of the server we are going to make as a target, and another one we are going to make it as. So iSCSI in the sense Internet Small Computer Systems Interface, which is we can use instead of FCP, which means that fiber optic protocol, the fiber channel protocol. So here why we use iSCSI, because iSCSI does not require any dedicated network or dedicated network for the fiber channel, regular network switch, and connect the connectivity to the client with the multiple NIC cards, or the single network even fine for small group of servers. If you do not have much traffic on that, you can still work on the single network itself. But if you have a dedicated network for the storage network, which would give you a more performance comparatively a public network you are communicating to the client. So here what we are doing is that we're just going to make one of the target server as a iSCSI server, I say that, and another going to give you a iSCSI initiator. Then create a disk, in the sense create a LAN on the target and map that disk to the client or the initiator, then write the data over there. So this is example similar environment where we are converting our server, converting our system into a SAN storage, in the sense storage area network. I'm just going to use a environment called one is the server, that is target, its IP address is 192.168.2.43, and the client, that is going to be a iSCSI initiator 192.168.2.49. So we have to start the services in target system, which means in the server, that is called target.service, and we have to allow the port number 3260 from the target, and we are going to connect that whatever the LAN we have created and initiated from the target, that is going to be mapped to the initiator, and the initiator services need to be start iSCSI.service, and which is going to be connect and make the file system on the LAN from the initiator side. Let's see how it goes on the practical. Here I am at target, iSCSI target. iSCSI target, actually we have to make disk space available over there. Actually I have two disks over here. One disk is SDA and another disk is SDB. So SDA I already used for operating system purpose, and SDB I'm just going to make this partition, and that partition I'm just going to be make that as a LAN, logical unit number. F disk utility I'm just going to use to create the disk SDB, and just say N for new and P for primary, and I don't want to specify any space over here. Default space, complete space, disk space I just use, just hit enter, so that it automatically take the entire space from that. Now just print the partition size, print the partition details using the P, and here you can see this type is Linux. I don't want Linux, actually I wanted to be create this disk as a LVM, so that later point of time if I would like to increase the space, I can do that. So in order to do that, you have to convert disk into the Linux LVM. Then the code is 8E. Now you can print that, and Linux is become a Linux LVM. Now write and quit from this fdisk utility and do a part probe to the /db/sdb to update the partition table. Now I just created the disk. Now you have to create the PV SDB SDB1. Now PV has been created. and create the VG. So you can give any name over here. I'm just giving VG0 over here, and provide the PV path to add into this VG. Now VG has been created, and I'm just going to create the LV with the 100% free space, and LV name is going to be LV0 and VG name is VG0. Now LV got created. You can just simply type LVS. You can see that LV has been created with the 5 GB space. So do not format this LVM, just keep it ready like that. Now in server side you have to install the target CLI utility. This is important to install and required to convert your disk into the iSCSI LAN. Now I just install that and go to target CLI and type ls. Now nothing is there. There is no block storage, no iSCSI, no ACLs, nothing, right? Just in order to create your iSCSI stuff, first of all you have to make the LAN. Going to the back stores and create the block. Okay, create, and the block name I'm just giving as a LAN, and provide this LVM path. Okay, now the block storage, the block object, storage object has been created. Now I'm going to create this iSCSI IQN. So this IQN number you can give any, or you can use existing one also. Okay, instead of that I'm just using this like this. Okay, techarkit -server disk 1. So this is the disk I'm just going to create. So after creating the disk, you have to make the ACL in the sense access control permissions on the server side to access from this initiator. So just go to again iSCSI, and whatever the IQN number disk you have created, you have to provide that one, and DPG1 and ACLs create, and say what is the ACL you would like to create over there. So same IQN number I would like to use over there, but instead of disk I just wanted to say node 1. So this disk I am just making to the node 1. So the permissions has been provided over here. Now you have to create that LAN. So the LAN to be mapped to this IQN number. So iSCSI, and now go to IQN disk and say TPG1 and LANs, say create, and go to the back stores LAN, whatever the LAN we just made, that disk available over there, and now it is created over here. So here what we have to do is that we have to make the portal accessible. The portal to be a client IP address we have to provide iSCSI IQN disk 1 and TPG1 say portals, and create 192.168.2.49. so that is the client IP. So once again we just go to the client over here and see this 2.49 is the IP address. Now enter. Sometimes you will get this error, the could not create the network portal in config fs. So in order to overcome this one, you have to just delete the existing portal, the empty portal, which will create by default 0.0.0 and IP underscore port equal to 3260. Just delete that one and run the portal again. The portal will be created on there. Okay, now save the configuration. This configuration need to be saved, configuration save, and exit, or you can just type the ls. You can verify that. Now you just make this block object. That block object has been converted into the LAN, and the LAN has been mapped to this IQN, and the disk is made on over here, and the access control list is made, and portal is made. Now you can exit from the firewall rule. Okay, firewall -cmd permanent add port equal to 3260/TCP. okay, systemctl status target. We have to switch on this service. Actually service is not running, so we have to enable and start the service, otherwise it may not accessible, right? Verify. Okay, install yum install iSCSI start. So iSCSI initiator to be installed. Yes, now iSCSI initiator has been installed over here. Just start systemctl start iSCSI right? Systemctl status iSCSI Now you can see that the service has been, and edit this /etc/iSCSI /etc/iSCSI and initiator name. So in this initiator name you have to paste that initiator name whatever you map that. Okay, adm command. So just the command is that iSCSI adm -discovery -send to targets, and this is the server IP address you have to provide over there. And like this you will get whatever this disk you have created there, you will get that disk over here. In order to log in this disk, you have to use this node mode to log in this disk. Okay, in the same way as iSCSI adm -m, you have to use the mode called node, and IQN number, the details over here, this is the what details so you have to provide, and say that as server IP address. Okay, and say -l for login. Now you can see this, the login to this target has been successful. The login to this disk has been, say that it's been successful, you successfully logged into that disk. Now you can just see this fdisk -l over here. You can see this new partition, it will be added 5 GB. You can see this SDB over here, right? Here there is no new partition, or you can also use /etc/proc partitions. You can see this is called a SDB, the new partition over here which is added. Now make that partition, that is the default. You can make that as a partition over here. You can simply use /fdisk/db/sdb1, SDB. You can see fdisk and make the new partition over here, and the partition has been created. Now you can see this partition has been created. Now you can make this type as 8e. Now write and quit from the fdisk utility and do a part probe to update this /db/sdb. Now you can see fdisk -l/db/sdb. Now partition has been created. You can simply make file system mkfs.ext4 or xfs example, whatever it is, you make it. Sorry, we have to create the PV again. PV create /db/sdb1. PV has been created. VG create and create the, say that data, the /db/sdb1 is the PV name, and create LV create and say 100% free. I just wanted to use complete space and LV data and VG name data. LV has been created, and make the file system xfs/dv data and LV data. Now partition has been made. In order to mount this iSCSI as a permanent mount, you have to go to /etc fs tab and make the entry over there. You can make the similar entry over there, but here you have a little bit trick to add this network devices. Okay, /etc/fs tab. Here add the new entry /dv /data/lv data. This is the path we are just going to make this, and where you would like to mount it. So you would like to mount it to /data, and the file system is xfs, and here you don't need to give the default, you just add this network device and space 0 space 0, because this, if you give like this net dev, this gives you a more flexibility. Whenever the server is not available, your client will not stuck up on the boot process, which understand. Okay, this is a network device, and say mount -a. Now you can see this. See this is a 5 GB data over here. Like this, you can make this iSCSI target and initiator. This is going to be one of the RHCE topic. What is a web server and how we are going to install a web server in Linux and access this web server using the any client machine, whether you can use the Linux client machine or the Windows client machine, any client machine. So how this web server works and what is this web server is all about. Web server in the sense like most of the internet, if you say that internet, in the sense it's a web server. Okay, for example, say that if you are accessing any websites, any websites like just like you are accessing the web server for reading some information or booking the bus tickets or flight tickets or whatever it is, what are these, looking into some videos and all this stuff. So which means that you are accessing some of the servers for your some purpose, right? So how these web servers are solved, or how you will get this example, say that if you go to the web page and type arkit.co.in, then you can see that the web page is loaded and you can see that information on that website. Okay, then how you are going to see that website, how it is going to be loaded, so what are the requests, where the request is going to be sent and all this stuff. Example, say if you go to that web page and type some google.com, then it goes to the DNS request. Example, say that from your machine, if you type that google.com, then what happens is that the DNS request from your machine to from your gateway, in the sense whatever the internet gateway you have, that gateway it will send to the DNS request. So the DNS request, what happens is that it resolves this DNS request. Example, say that if you type google.com, so it does not understand what does mean by the google.com, so it's sent to the DNS and DNS will resolve that google.com's IP address. Then the request will be sent to that public IP address, and the public IP may be NAT internal to the local IP address. Then it hit to that web server, and the web server will send a written reply to that client, and the gateway will carry that packet and again send it back to this your gateway, and you can see this page. Okay, so this is the process happens in between your web server and your client. So whenever you send any request, example, say I want this page, load it, then it sends the DNS request, and DNS request will resolve that IP address, the name. Then it will send to that web server with that IP address, whatever the server is having that IP address. Then the web server will send the whatever the pages it has or whatever you have requested for. If you do not have any pages, it says that 404, in the sense there is no page available whatever you requested for from my site. Okay, that's how the web server can be accessed to the users. Okay, now we know that, okay, this is what how our request is going back to the server and accessing the system. Now we can go ahead and see that how to install this web server and configure this web server on the Linux machine on the RHCL 7 version, and we just host some static web page and access from the browser. Just I'm opening this server here and say m install httpd. So by default httpd is the package you have to install to start the web services. Then after that you have to enable this port numbers of this httpd. By default the web server port number is 8. If you are using the SSL certificate, that is a 443. So the packages get installed over here. Now what we have to do, systemctl status and verify this httpd service is started. No, it's not started. We have to start this service. First of all, enable this service httpd, then start this service. It takes a little bit of time because it has to verify status. Okay, now the web server is started successfully. After that, what you have to do here is that you have to go to firewall cmd command and add this -add service equal to http, then reload this. Okay, by default you have installed and started the service and enable the port, http port. So the default web hosted path or the default the hosting files path is that /var www html. So this is the path where the default web pages can be hosted, or the by default web root path, the document root path is over here. So here the by default the page name called index.php or index.html, whatever it is, you have to create that one. So I'm just creating index.html, and here I'm just making some HTML code over here, a simple code. What I'm making over here, it is that h1, okay, welcome to techarkit website, okay, and you have to close that h1 over here and close this HTML tag. It's simple, just I wanted to one line of my web server would be over here. Now my web server is ready with the default configuration. I'm not changing anything over here. I just wanted to run one default page, and the default page is going to be run over here. Okay, let's go ahead and see how you can do that. So first of all, you have to collect this IP address of your server which you have installed over here, because I'm not going to use any DNS configuration over here. That's why I just call directly an IP address of that web server. See this? Welcome to techarkit website. That's it. We're going to see that how you can host multiple servers or the multiple web servers. I have one server over here, so which is my server. So this server has example say that 192.168.2.51 is the IP address. Then what I'm doing over here is that using this single server, so this is single server. So what I'm going to do here is that I'm going to host a multiple virtual web hosting. So I'm going to do a multiple virtual web hostings over here, which means that so in this default directory, so like /var www html, and I'm going to create a one is that web server 1, okay, and I'm going to create one more directory called web server 2. So this is going to be one server and this is going to be another server. Example say that I'm going to type something like this on www dot, okay, web server 1.com. Then what I'm going to get is that I'm going to get this website, the first website. So if I do a one more time, so www.webserver2.com, then I'm going to get this web page. So this is called using a single web server. In the sense, I'm going to use a single HTTPD web server over here, website HTTPD service over here. Using this, I'm going to host a multiple servers on the single host itself. So how we are going to do that? Let's see this. So we are going to see how we are going to do this virtualize hosting on the single host itself. We are going to host multiple web servers. So in order to do this one, so first of all install httpd. So I'm going to install this httpd web server. You can see that the package is going to be installed and its dependencies also installs. Now packages get installed successfully. Let's verify that status of that httpd service, whether it is enabled or not. So it is inactive. So what I'm going to do here is that I'm going to start this web service. Okay, our service is started. Example says systemctl status httpd. You can see that the service has been started. See now status has been enabled. Just going to enable the configuration. So our service has been started, and we have to add the firewall rule before that. Okay, and add permanent and -- add service equal to http. Firewall is not running anyway, so no problem. We no need to do anything over here because the service is not running, so we don't need to enable any ports over here. So our default directories are www.html is the default web hosting. Is that we are going to create a multiple directories under this one. So www, so I'm going to create a one directory called web server 1. Okay, and I'm going to create one more called web server 2. So both the directories I have created over here. Then in both the directories I'm going to add two files. So touch, I'm just going to index.html, and in 2 also I'm going to make index.html, and I'm going to edit this first file and write something over here. A little bit of HTML code I have to write in order to show this HTML one. Okay, welcome to web server 1. Okay, and close this h1 heading 1 and close this HTML tag. That's it. So this is what I wanted to display whenever my web server 1 is browsed, and I'm going to do this web server 2 over here, and I'm going to change this text to web server 2. So to identify from which the page is coming over here, we created the two directories and created these files under them, and both of them are index.html files. So now what I'm going to make here is that chmod -r755 /var www html. So I'm going to make all these permissions as 755, right? So our default configuration files, what are the default configuration files over here is that we are going to enable edit /etc httpd conf.d. this is the default configuration path of the web hosting. Here we have to add the files. Example say that I'm going to say that my server name web server 1 configuration file I'm going to add over here. The configuration file here I'm adding is that virtual host. Okay, I'm going to make is that *:80. So anybody can browse from anywhere which 80 port can be enabled, and I am saying that server admin root at techarkit. Okay, it's a local system itself I'm going to send, or else you can also say that maybe like local host dot local domain, right? And server name I'm going to do that www web server 1.com and document root. Where is the document root exactly? So our document, the first root is this one, server 1. Okay, and directory index. Directory index, so which means that which file first I should look up. So in this index.html is the file you have to look up for the first time. Okay, or else you can write it, not write it, that's okay. By default index.html is only the default configuration file we added. Otherwise, if you do not have index.html files, maybe you have different file name, then you have to specify. Then close this virtual host over here. The virtual host configuration has been completed up to this one, and I'm going to specify this directory permissions over here. So where this directory path should be looking up, this is the path it should look up, and allow override, and I'm not giving any permission to override, and require all granted. So I'm going to grant permissions to the all who wanted to browse this directory, or they want to browse this web server. So this is the configuration we have to write for the particular web hosting, the server 1 web hosting. We are going to write it over here, right? So this is the configuration we are going to write it, and the configuration we can verify using this configuration checkup. Example here, that httpd -t will verify the configuration whether if it is correct or not. It's going to be verified and say that okay, if it is correct, then it's say correct. Okay, any syntax error, it's going to show us that okay, there is some syntax error. So it says the syntax is okay. Now what I'm going to do is that I don't want to change much configuration over here, so I'm going to copy this and as a server 2 configuration, and I'm going to edit this one, that second one, and say thus, and this is the one is web server 2, and this is also v2, and this is also v2. So similar configuration, but I don't want to change anything over here, only the directory paths and web server hosting path document root only I would like to change over here. That's it. Now systemctl restart httpd.service errors, then it writes the error configuration path or error files over there. That would be easy for us to verification. So what I'm going to do is browsing from the web server, in the sense the Windows server, Windows host. So what I'm going to do here is that I'm just going to drivers files, and here in the /etc, so in this host file, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to edit this host file and write the entries over here. Okay, and I'm editing. So cd, enter into this entry, and say notepad host. So in this I'm just going to write something entries over here. Okay, say that 192.168.2.51 entry is the www.webserver1.com, and one more thing is 192.168.2.51 www.webserver2.com, right? Sorry. Now I'm going to save this configuration and open the browser. Is both the web servers and see how it is working. So if I type the web server 1, so it says that web server 1 is working. And now if I type web server 2, and you can see that the welcome web server 2 is working fine. Like this you can host multiple web servers using this HTTPD, the virtual web hosting configuration, so that multiple URLs you can configure into the single virtual web hosting configuration itself. We are going to see that how you can enable WSGI application support, like WSGI applications script files are the application support enabling web server. Okay, so applications enabling are the enabled web server. So how you can do this, WSGI applications running on your web server. By default, if you run any WSGI scripts or WSGI related commands on your server, this does not work directly. So in order to do that, what you have to, how you can deploy your WSGI applications on your web server. So what is the you have to install over here. So by default, example say that m install httpd is the configuration. First you have to install the files. After that m install this mod underscore WSGI. So this is the module you have to install in order to support this WSGI script files on your server. After that, what is the configuration you have to do? Example say that you have to go to your default configuration path httpd and the conf.t path, and here what I'm doing over here is that I'm just going to delete a previous configuration files which makes the default configuration over here, right, and delete it. And now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to make a different configuration file that is going to be a default for right now. So I say that web app dot configuration file over here, right, and say that I'm going to host it on virtual host, and say that star 80, in the sense anybody request to the 80 port, this is what it should deliver. Server admin, so who is the server admin? Root at localhost. So the server name is going to be something like www.webserver1.com. maybe you can keep any other server, maybe you can keep any other service name like www.techarkit.com, something like that. Now WSGI and WSGI script you have to enable over here, right? WSGI script, and we are going to map alias WSGI script alias, and you have to specify your application path. So my application path is going to be default /, okay, and I am writing this www.html, and I say that my default configuration file is going to be a webapp.wsgi, and I'm going to save this virtual host. So this is the configuration. I'm going to write it over here and save it. Now this webapp.wsgi configuration file you have to put into the var www.html default path, and I'm going to say webapp.wsgi. So here you have to write something similar WSGI script over here. Maybe I'm going to write a sample script. So this is my sample script over here. Now if I systemctl restart httpd or reload, maybe you can use it, or maybe you can also download some sample WSGI scripts. Okay, then you can copy paste from the web and check it up. Now, so go to this and type www.webserver1.com. Now you can see this hello world. See this, right? This is the hello world script. Whenever you type it like this, you can enable this WSGI supportable, the Python script supportable web applications on your web server using this mod_WSGI modules. How you secure your web server using SSL certificate. Okay, so how you can add your SSL certificate to your web server, and how this SSL certificate can secure your website. Okay, so the SSL certificate will secure your website based on this public key and private key, and the public key and private key is a pair of keys. When you have the public key, and it will ask you for the private key, so that data will be encrypted from the one end and decrypted on the other end. So the data, whenever it is transferring over the network, what happens is that it has some junk characters to that data, and whoever get the data, so they cannot able to see anything. So it's something like junk characters. Then what happens is that whenever it reaches to the end to the client, then it decrypts based on this SSL certificate. Okay, so it's a key pair of that SSL certificate will be data will be transferred over the secure server or the secure internet connectivity, so that the data cannot be sensitive data cannot be handed over to the somebody else who is a bad guy. Let's install a httpd package. So install http star. Now package is getting installed. Now you have to say yes, then the packages will be installed. Most of the times, no need to put http star, you can just put httpd star, so that the packages installation would be very less, or minimal packages you have to install. Now the packages got completed. Now install mod_SSL package, which is required to generate the SSL certificate. Say yes. Now got completed. Start, enable the service and start httpd service. Verify this status and add this firewall rule to allow HTTP and HTTPS. By default the service is HTTP and HTTPS. Reload these firewall settings to affect these settings. Now set enforce 0, in the sense disable the SELinux. Now go to default path /var www.html, create a index.html file which requires for our just a test web page, like HTML tag just add and header 1, I'm just adding h1 over here and add something like testing website SSL techarkit and close this h1 and close this HTML tag. Save this file. Now go and in browser just browse for website with the default website. Okay, now you can get it that the website is working fine. Okay, now you can able to see that without SSL the website is working fine. Just go to this HTTPD configuration file, default configuration path, and here just copy this SSL certificate to somewhere else to secure this configuration file. Now generate the CSR file and provide this password and country is in, and full name of the state you can provide any whatever the state name, and city name you have to provide over here, and organization name, what is the organization name you have to provide over here, and add this section in the sense what is your business unit and all the stuff you can details, and common name. So how you will call it as a common name for your host name or the common name you can simply provide, and saying the optional password and the company name. Okay, now CSR and PEM files are generated. Now generate using this PEM file key file. Now key file is been generated, and using that key file we generate the cert file for 365 days. Now is the files has been generated over here, CSR file, key file and PM file, and now make some directories under /etc pki tls and some private and certs directory for copying these certificates and securing them, because nobody can download these certificates. We can restrict this permission chmod 600 to restrict them. Nobody can read or write any certificate. Okay, copy those certificates, cert to CRT, and key file can be copied to the key file to the private path. Now file this, it enter, the file will be copied, server.key file. Done. Now go and edit this SSL configuration file. Okay, go to /etc httpd conf.d. Here I am ssl.conf. Here you have to do some changes. Actually this is what we have to change over here. Now search for virtual host and change this default to star. Okay, this is the default to star, you just change it, and now you can look for server name and document root. You have to change this. Actually this is the path you have to change. Sorry, it's x not x. Actually we are in insert mode, that's why it x. So just remove this hash value and change the server name to your server name. Actually server name to your actual server name. techarkit-server.local. Now go and verify that cipher suit is enabled and SSL protocol is enabled and cipher suit is enabled and HANA cipher order is on, and SSL cert file just replace that to the exact path where it is located actually. Okay, /etc pkl tls, and the path is going to be our certificate.csr file, certificate cert.crt file. Okay, replace exactly the path. Now change the key file, So here is the cert key file. So this key file also you have to change it. Now whatever the key file we generated, the key file would be placed over here. That's it. Actually these are the two files would be enough. CSR is not required, .pem is not required. Based on .pem file only we generated the cert and key files. Okay, that's it. Now it's the configuration is done, but we have to add this server admin and server who is going to be receive this server admin alerts. Okay, and verify whether we have SSL protocol enabled or not. Okay, cipher suit is on or not. All these settings, just verify it over here. Okay, cipher order is on, and now go ahead and see this whether our server admin email address is specified over or not. Okay, just go ahead, and there is no server admin actually. Now you can simply go ahead on the virtual host level and add the server admin entry. Okay, here this virtual entry over here. Okay, you can simply go ahead and edit this configuration and paste it, server admin, and specify the email address who will receive this server admin alerts. Okay, now restart this HTTPD services. Wait, and okay, successfully restarted, and verify the configuration. So it says something like the server name is not fully qualified domain name, and now edit /etc/host file and add the entry over here, because we did not have any DNS on our local system. That's why we are adding the manual record over here. The /etc host will resolve our host name so that it does not give that error. arkit server.local. Save it. Now restart again, verify the configuration path, and now type https and browser. It will ask you to confirm the security, and click on advanced and add an exception. Click exception. Now that's it, your SSL certificate is installed successfully. DNS server installation and configuration. DNS means domain naming service, which is going to be resolve your or convert your naming to the IP address. Example, say that the human readable format of the any name, example say google.com or yahoo.com domain names to machine known numbers, which is called as an IP address work. So if you do not have the DNS, what happens? Every single system or every single web server, whenever you are accessing anything on the browser, you have to type the IP address, or you have to remember the IP address of that particular domain or the web page or the website. Example, say if you want to go to the amazon.com or amazon.in for the shopping, so if you type amazon.com, does not work if you do not have the DNS. So you have to type the IP address of that one. Example, say 192.168.5, something like that. So that you have to type it. So in this DNS there are few types. So one is a primary DNS or the master DNS. Next one is a slave DNS. Other one is forwarding DNS. Next one is caching DNS, and other one is authoritative DNS. So what is all this do? So the primary and slave are the DNS. We have few record types. The few record types are record A. Record A is the address record, where that naming and the IP address would be mapped, like this server has this IP address, something like that. And PTR record, which is the pointer record to the in the reverse lookup, and NS record is a name server, name service, or the name server. What are these name service? Name in the sense the DNS record. Whenever you are sending any request to then it should reach to that NS server, in the sense the naming server, then that will send you the reply back. MS record, which has a high authority in the sense mail exchanger. Whenever you are using any mail domains, example is that mail address at gmail.com, mail address at yahoo.com, something like that, this MS record will play a major role in reverting back your domain email address to the appropriate domains and deliver the emails. And another record is called SOA, state of authority, in the sense it's verify which state the authority is sending to the authoritative DNS, or the what of the DNS which has the authority or not authority, non-authorities. All the records verify using by the SOA. And CNAME is a canonical name or the alias name. So let's go into the configuration over here. I say that DNS config is required. This is the stuff, and packages required to install is that not DNS, actually it's a bind. It's a bind package we have to install over here, bind star. Okay, let me edit this configuration and change this. It's a bind. Okay, it's a bind configuration, and version we are going to use is 9, and the service name or the daemon name is named, and named is this DNS name or the service name. And configuration path, the files is going to be /var named chroot. Named is the default configuration path, and the default record path or the zone configuration, default zone configuration reference is this file, and the default zones located over here on the named directory /var/named directory, and the port number of the DNS is 53. In order to install this configuration, so what we are going to do is that install bind star. So these are the packages required to install the DNS server, and it's going to be install this bind. You can see that bind 9.9 version we are going to install over here, and the chroot is the configuration which generates the actual default configuration for the naming service. Okay, and it's going to be installed over here. Done. Our packages got installed. Now we have to enable and start this service. First of all, systemctl enable named -chroot.service, and again named dot service. I'm going to start this named.chroot first, and start again named.service. Okay, and verify that systemctl status named.chroot service, which is running. Again verify systemctl status named.service, which is also running fine. Now we have to edit and make this DNS perfect as per our requirement, and I'm going to use vim /var named chroot etc named dot configuration file. This is the configuration file we are going to edit over here. So in listening, port number is 53, I already said, and here we are going to append the IP address of our server. So what is our server IP address? Let's gather this one. So this is our server IP address, 43 is our server IP address, and we are going to add that over here, right? And you put a semicolon over here. Definitely do not forget, because that is a very important one. And here do not change anything. The database caching database over here and name stats, it's pointing to that text file, and memcached. Allow query from where you want to resolve your queries. Example, say 192.168.2.0/24. so enter this network. If any IP address is requesting for DNS resolution, I'll send this reply from this IP addresses over here, and localhost, and as well as from this IP range, or you can also add multiple ranges, or you can also add a global naming. But I don't want to respond to any of that because it's a internal DNS server. So that is the configuration you have to make in order to for the things. And for now we are going to make this zone files. The zone file has the records for IP address to name and name to IP address configurations. In order to do that, what you are going to do is var named chroot etc named dot rfc1912.zones file. In this file, what we are going to do is that we are going to add the configuration of where our zone files are going to be. Now 1 2 3 4 5, so I'm just going to copy this 5 lines. Okay, y5y, and I paste it over here, right? And the zone configuration file, we are going to make it. So what is the name we are going to use it over here? So maybe like techarkit.local, something like this we are going to use. And where is your name file is going to be? Okay, and you can say that techarkit.local.forward zone, something like that. You can keep it, and allow updates, nothing required over here. And this is the one we can again copying over here the 5 lines y5y, and I'm pasting it over here because I don't want to mess up the existing configuration. And here you have to write in a reverse configuration, which is like 2.168.192. so this is the configuration, and type is master, and we are going to write is the where is your reverse configuration file is going to be. Okay, and write techarkit.local.reverse.zone. so this is for identification, easy identification name. So you just edit these configurations, then save it. Okay, now both zone files are updated. So now going to create the zone files. Go to cd/var named chroot var named. So here is what our zone files locates, and by default there are some files already, so you can simply copy them and edit them. So first of all, we are going to copy this name.localhost configuration for our techarkit.local.forward zone. Okay, and copy this loop back to techarkit.local.reverse zone. Okay, now we are going to edit these configurations. I am and edit this forward zone over here, and add this name. What is the name you have to add? Edit. Careful whenever you are editing the record over here until this, right? Now add techarkit.local is my domain name, and root dot techarkit.local. so this is my domain name. I'm going to add it over here. So okay, do not change anything over here, and go to your NS record. Which is your NS record? You can simply type techarkit.local local is your server name, and a record would be your server IP address. Here you just write your server IP address. Maybe my server IP address would be server.techarkit.local server dot, and here I'm just writing server.techarkit.local, and in a record you just write your IP address 192.168.2.43 and your server name over here. And if you want to use another record, and maybe you can copy paste, and same IP address I'm just going to write techarkit.local. Okay, if you want to write any AA records you can write it, but I am currently not writing any AA records. Okay, this is what I want. Now edit this reverse configuration. In this you have to write the IP address. Okay, so where this head thread is there, here you write your server record server.techarkit.local, and the name you should write over here is that root.server.techarkit.local, and here you write your record techarkit.local, and a record does not record over here. Actually we are just writing the PTR record over here. Okay, and the PTR record should be the same as this one, and here I am going to write this last digit of the IP address. That's it, only one record. That's it, the zone configuration is done. Now you have to change the permission of the files. So you have to change this PWD and see these files, this file and this file. Change the ownership, change own to root:named. So this file and as well as this file, both the files, the ownership of that file should be the named configuration. See this, named, because that requires the permission to read and write the records. Now enable the firewall -cmd -permanent -add service equal to DNS. So firewall is not running, that's okay. Is running. Verify the configuration now. Okay, so it's found some error record over here. So let's verify that our forward lookup zone. Oh, okay, you can see that there is a dot. Okay, extra dot. You just delete it and save the configuration now, and verify the reverse configuration. Any things over here? Okay, it looks good. Now save it and again run the verification. Okay, now I did not see any errors over here. It looks good. Let's restart the naming service. Restart name dot service. Okay, now no error. Let's verify the status. Done. Now how to verify these records? You just maybe you can ping that server.techarkit.local, so it should resolve your IP address. How it is resolving the IP address? You just go to /etc/resolve.configuration file and add your name server over here. So that will resolve your automatically your records. Okay, maybe you can go to your client /etc result.configuration file, and here, so what you have to add is that, so here you have to add your name server, maybe which server it should, which domain it should look for, techarkit.local. now you can ping hyphen, you can put ping -a server.techarkit.local, it should ping. So that's how it should work. So the DNS is working fine. Maybe you can add one more record like IP address. This is my 49 record over here, so maybe you can add this 49 record to the server and verify that. Okay, go to /cd/var name chroot var named, and here it is this forward lookup zone, and go to over here and write this a record. My address is 49, and I say that client.techarkit.local is my record, or else maybe you can also add something like this client, so that it will resolve automatically, client of my server. And you can go to this one and add the reverse zone and add the PTR record over here. Okay, that is called client.techarkit.local, and IP address is 49. systemctl restart named.service, or else before that you just go to this configuration file verification and verify the records. Okay, whether your record is correct or not, you can just verify this. Okay, all the records are fine. Now you can restart systemctl restart named.service. Now it's restarted. You can also verify using the dig command or the nslookup command whether your DNS is properly working or not. We can use a dig. Example, say that server.techarkit.local, so that you can see this, the answer section where the reply is came from. Okay, you can also see this. Okay, like this you can verify that where exactly your answer is coming from, and whether it is authoritative or non-authoritative. You can see this authority section also, you can see that there is a authoritative reply. Otherwise you can also look up using the nslookup and say that server.techarkit.local. you can see that. Maybe you can verify the other client.techarkit.local. you can see that the naming server of server, you are getting the reply from this one, and the address where it is getting from port number 53, and the record name is this one and IP address is this one. Record name is this one and IP address is this one. Primary or primary or master DNS configuration, how you have to make it. You learned DNS, how to configure a master DNS configuration. How we are going to configure a slave or the secondary DNS configuration, like we have seen that how we have configured the primary DNS installation and configuration, and Red Hat Enterprise Linux 7 or the CentOS 7, the same configuration. So we are going to see now is that how we are going to change this, configure the slave DNS in case of primary fails, and we can make this slave as a primary, so that redundant DNS service would be available for us to resolve any DNS related issues. Primary DNS goes down, we can bring down the secondary DNS as a primary DNS, so that it works as a disaster recovery stuff. So in order to do that, what you have to do, so first of all you have to, in primary DNS, in the sense the master DNS configuration, you have to edit name.configuration file. Okay, and say over here, so first of all you have to add this entry over here, allow transfer and localhost, and add this secondary DNS server IP address, and so recursion is no, and DNS sec is enabled, and here this name.rfc zones file will be included over here. Now to restart the named service and verify the named service how it is working. Okay, so restart it and verify the status. So now name configuration on the primary is working fine. Now we have to jump into the slave configuration. So slave server over here. Now you have to install the bind packages, install bind packages over here. The packages get installed. Now go ahead and edit name.configuration file over here. So here in the listening port 53 and add this slave DNS server address 2.49 in this case, and query, maybe you can put any, or you can maybe put the range of the IP series which you would like to resolve, and recursion should be no. Okay, maybe you can delete these lines to it comes over here a little bit easy to understand. Okay, the DNS sec is equal to yes, and just here I'm just going to disable this key because this key sometimes gives me an error, not able to do modifications. So now edit /etc named.rfc1912 zones. So here I'm just going to delete all the lines to clear it up. So this is also not required for us, and this is also not required for us. Only 2 records. Okay, so only 2 records we are going to add over here. So here just going to make this configuration, add this domain name over here, and the type is slave. Records we have to add. So in this forward or reverse lookup zone we are not going to add any manual records over here. It would be replicated or the sent from the server itself. Okay, techarkit for dot zone, and here there is no allow updates. It should be from masters. Okay, wherever the master server IP address you have to provide over here. This is the master server IP address 2.43, master DNS server IP address, and here write the IP address in reverse way, and type is slave again, and reverse lookup zone file name slaves/techarkit.rev.zone, and here master's IP address 192.168.2.43, and no updates. Actually it's gets the update from the master. The master will update the record, and the same records will be replicated over here. So this is the reference configuration, in the sense the zone configuration we have to make it on the slave side. So first of all we have to go to name.configuration file on the slave side and add this configuration. So the listening port, here you have to add your slave DNS IP address, and here allow query equal to any and recursion equal to no, and in the reference RHCE, so we have to add this slaves configuration for the forward lookup zone and reverse lookup zone configuration. Now what you have to do is that we have to go to /etc/resolve.configuration file, and here add our DNS server entries. So here what I'm going to do is that 2.43, 2.49 is our name servers. Enter it. Now systemctl start named. For any record has errors, you can simply verify using this /usr has been named -check config checkconf -z/etc name dot configuration file. You can see that if nothing is there over here, no errors, then that should be okay. Here and see /var named slaves. So the files will be replicated from the master server from here. So maybe you can go ahead and see that whether it is working fine or not. Server dot techarkit dot local. So you can see that now our records are getting replicated. You are getting recorded, are they resolved using this server dot techarkit. The DNS is working fine, and our both the records are getting from this server. See this answer you get from this slave server, and additional section you get it from the master server. Okay, the server you get the reply from over here. Or maybe you can use ns lookup and say 192.168.2.43. so you can see that it's working fine, and you can see that 49 is also working fine. Maybe you can add name configuration over here, whether it is working or not. Okay, it is working, and you may check that server record. The server record also is working fine, which means that our slave configuration is successfully configured and it is working fine as expected. DHCP server installation and configuration. How you are going to install a DHCP server in exam point of view, how you can going to do that. So before knowing about the installation and configuration, we just we have to know about how the DHCP works. So the DHCP working has a process. The process called as a DORA. DORA process. If you can see this DORA process, how this DORA process works. The DORA process, in the sense, whenever you have a client, the client is set up with the get the IP address from the DHCP, in the sense auto obtain the IP address from the DHCP server. So whenever you switch on that client, what happens? So it does not know that where is DHCP server is located. What it will do is that it will send a broadcast message to the all of the servers with the DHCP request packet. In the sense, it sends a discovery to the for to know that where is DHCP server is located. So then the broadcast will be sent to the all of the network devices or the all of the servers on the network. Then each of the device will receive that request, but the DHCP server can only understand the request, means that the broadcast request is for DHCP server. Then the DHCP server will immediately send an offer to the client, saying that as the client will request for a permanent IP address, which means that the IP address which is having the internal network IP range where it is defined for that client or from that IP pool range, then it will request to assign for one IP address. Then the DHCP server acknowledge and assign the IP address to the client. That is how the client will get the IP address from the server using this DORA process: discovers, offers, request, and acknowledgement. Now let's see this. What is the configuration required to do on a DHCP server? So if you can go ahead and see this, so you have to install the packages called DHCP. DHCP is the package name, you have to install it, and demand name, since the service name is DHCPD, you have to start it and enable it in order to work DHCP. And configuration file is going to be /etc dhcp /dhcpd.configuration in RHCL6 and RHCL7. But if you are looking for the RHCL4 or RHCL5, the outdated versions, which are located in /etc /dhcpd.conf, that is the different location for the RHCL5. So the DHCP port number, the DHCP port number is 67. Okay, remember, because we have to allow this port from the firewall in order to communicate between the client and server on the DHCP. So for installation, what we have to do is install DHCP package. Install DHCP, sorry, it's DHCP So now the package has been installed, the DHCP package has been installed. Now you have to enable and start the services. Okay, in order to do that, you have to use systemctl enable dhcpd.service. Okay, the service has been enabled. Now start this DHCPD service, so which is going to be failed because there is no configuration file yet, because there is no configuration file we have defined yet. So the configuration file is going to be npd, that's why it failed. So in order to enable that DHCP configuration, we have to configure the default configuration path from /usr share doc DHCP. Based on the version, there are the DHCP directory will be created. Okay, now DHCPD configuration file dot example. So this is the file you have to copy to the /etc DHCP and DHCPD dot configuration file. Okay, so it says do you want to override the existing configuration? Yes, of course we have to overwrite it, otherwise we cannot enable this configuration. So now go ahead and edit this configuration file over here and go to this where there is a subnet is located. So here the subnet is located over here in this subnet mask. So you have to change your configuration file, in the sense which you are looking for exactly the configuration IP addresses. You have to enable that range. Example, I am looking for 192.168.0.0, sorry, 2.0. and what is your subnet mask? Okay, so my subnet mask is 255.255.0, and range, from which range your IP address would be given to the clients. So I'm just specifying 192.168.2. Example, say that I want only few IP addresses, like from 2.200 to 2.250 only, 192.168.2.254. okay, so always remember that first few IP address, just not use like 192.168.2.1 to 255. do not use that DHCP scope like that, but use few range like from 10 to 250, something like that, because keep some IP addresses available for the other devices to be assigned with the static IP addresses. Okay, now so what you have to do here, it is that you have to domain name servers. So in the sense, you have to provide your domain name server IP address 192.168.2.43, and my domain naming server dot techarkit dot local is my domain name. So this is an option where you are rerouting your request to the router. 192.168.2.2 is my router, and broadcast address. So broadcast IP address would be 192.168.2.255. So always, most of the situations, 255 is the broadcast range IP address. So this is the configuration. You have to change it on the DHCP and save the configuration. Now restart the DHCP scope. Okay, systemctl restart DHCPD dot service. Now you can go ahead and check status DHCPD dot service. So the DHCP service is running. So here actually I am doing this on the VMware, but if you have the both, that does not going to be work. Okay, so if one network, then you have to use one DHCP only, then it works, otherwise it's going to be a conflict. So if you are doing this practicing, or if you are doing any of the environment which has the 2 DHCP servers, then disable one. Okay, in my case what I'm going to do is that I have a VMware environment over here, and go to this network settings. Okay, network editor. Here actually I have the DHCP service enabled already. Then what you have to do is that you have to disable that DHCP settings for the IP range what you are using. So this is the one. So where my DHCP scope is already used local DHCP distribution IP address for this, right? So you have to unselect this one, otherwise you cannot get the IP address from the DHCP. So now I have disabled it. Now go ahead. Okay, and what I'm doing is that I have this CentOS box over here. This CentOS box I'm just logging in. Okay, go to network settings. Here, wired settings. Okay, in this wired settings, whenever you go to this wired and settings for the profile, and go to DHCP and see this, there is no DNS server is assigned over here, and it says that automatically obtain the IP address from the DHCP. So now what you have to do is that maybe you have to give this DNS IP address 192.168.2.43 over here and apply. Now the IP is from 192.168.2.52. I'm just switching off this wireless wired network over here, and again I'm switching back over here. So then it should receive the IP address from DHCP within that range. See this, you can see this, that IP address is came from the DHCP. You can see 192.168.2.200, and this is the IP address which is received from the IP range. You can see this, the DNS request, all this stuff. So which means our DHCP server is working fine. How to assign a permanent IP address to the server based using the MAC. So we are going to use a MAC binding mechanism, like where I assign the permanent IP address to the one of the server using that server's MAC address. In a sense, the servers do not change their IP address frequently, so that it should be an static. Otherwise you just bind it from the DHCP, so that whenever the server is rebooted, you do not get a new IP address whenever multiple clients are requesting for that. So particular IP address would be reserved for that server using the MAC address. So how you are going to do that? Let's see this. So maybe we are going to bind the different IP address with the server and see how it's going to be work. First of all, you have to ping to that IP address, the remote IP address, to get this MAC address of that one. So instead of logging to that server and get the MAC address, we have a little bit of using the technique over here to get the remote server IP address. First of all, you just ping to that server. 192.168.2.200 is my server IP. So it's pinged me. Now you can just go to ARP-A. So the ARP-A will give you the table of the recently communicated server. So this is the MAC address of that server. Okay, simply capture that IP address and edit the configuration file /etc dhcp dhcpd configuration file over here, and go all the way to over here where the host configuration is. This one, fixed IP address, can also be specified to the address. Okay, like this one, you just copy these 4 lines over here and paste it below. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to assign this host as a server 1 in my case, and change this Ethernet address to the new Ethernet address, which means that the MAC address over here, and put this fixed IP address over here. In my case, 192.168.2.202 is my IP address. I'm just going to assign to that particular server. So whenever I reboot or request from that server, it should get only 192.168.2.202 is the IP series IP address to that server. I'm going to get it, and systemctl example restart DHCP for the effect. Okay, now go to that client. So which client you would like to see over there? Here is my client, and log into this. So which has already the before address is 2.200, right? So just switch off this network and switches this on. Again you get this 192.168.2.2 IP address. So if you switch off and switch on, again you get 202. Switch off, switch on, switch off, switch on. Or if you reboot your server, also you will get the same IP address for this server permanently, until and unless you change this NIC card, this in the sense the network interface card, so that the MAC address will be changed. Then you will get the new IP address. Until unless you do not change that MAC address, the server will get this permanent IP address is 192.168.2.2. How to install and configure the Samba server? The Samba server we are going to install over here and configure. So why we need the Samba server? Basically, if you'd like to share any file system or the any files, basically we see that Linux to Linux you can install and configure the NFS and export the exports and from the server and mount it to the client, and you can share the files from here to there, and one to many and many to one, right? But if you'd like to say that I have a Windows machine and I have a Linux machine, and or maybe I have any other operating system which I would like to share the protocol, like the data in between the Linux and the Windows platform, the cross platform dependency, like the cross platform file sharing, how you can do that. So this is what the service you can install, or else you can also share the share from the Windows, which means that common internet file system, which is CIFS. You can share from the Windows and mount it into the Linux, and you can write the data over here. Or else you can also install and configure the Samba and share this directory from Linux and go to Windows and access that same Samba. So you can also nowadays in Windows also you can mount the NFS directories, but that is not a feasible solution, where you have to go with this SMB with a flexible management. For this, what we are going to do over here, so for the packages we are going to install is that Samba package we are going to install on the server side. Okay, and the port is by default 445. We are going to enable using the firewall, and SMB and NMB services we are going to start. The configuration file is going to be a /etc samba/smb.configuration file. So this is the file we are going to edit and write the Samba configuration over there. So let's see over here how you can install and configure, then move it. So basically this is very useful when you would like to use a cross platform. Okay, let's say that install Samba star. So I wanted to install the dependencies as well. The Samba package is getting installed, so it will install Samba package and its dependencies, and bind packages also it will install to bind this Samba shares to the Linux or Windows clients. Okay, enabling, now you have to enable the Samba services. Okay, systemctl enable SMB, and similar way you have to enable NMB. Now you have to start the service. Okay, start SMB and start NMB. Okay, let can verify that systemctl status SMB, okay, which is started, and you can also verify NMB, which is also started. Okay, now we have to allow this firewall rule, firewall -cmd -permanent, and add add service, or you can also add the service or the port, whatever it is. Right, now you just reload the services. Done. Now we just go ahead and configure the Samba shares. So what I am going to do here is that I am just going to create a one directory called share. Okay, and you have to verify that you have to add the SC Linux context for this directory. So before that, just verify that what is the context currently. It says that the default _t is the configuration which has, right? From this you have to change it to the Samba share _t, which is the Samba share directory, which is going to be changed over here. So in order to change that, you have to use cmanage. Cmanage is the command, and context, I'm just going to change fcontext -a-t, and write your configuration over here. So Samba, I'm just going to share over here, Samba share _t, and in bracket you have to write your directory name. So this is the directory path over here. You have to write /share. Okay, and open the bracket and close it, and add star and question mark over here, because if under the directory, if you have any subdirectories on the files, I'm going to change all of them their context level, because if I do not change this one, right, so what happens that some of the files may access file, some of the files may not executed. You can see right now. Okay, -ld capital Z -share, which is not changed because I just applied it, I did not change it. Okay, you have to run restore con -vrf / directory path. Okay, enter it. Sorry, it's a small v. Now you can see that ls-ldz, the share context has been changed. The directory context has been changed to smb share_t. Right, this is what we required for the directory to share using the Samba service. Okay, whenever you have the SC Linux enabled. If SC Linux is not enabled, then you don't need to do this. Okay, now what we have to do is that which user you would like to share. Example, say which using the which user you would like to share the Samba. So here what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to add a new user add, and say that sys user 1 and /-s and /bin no shell, no login, because this user is going to be a Samba user. This user does not require to log into our machine using the SSH. That's why I just say that they don't want to log into the terminal. Now that common user you have to convert into the Samba user. In order to convert, you have to use smb password, okay, -a, and provide the username sys user 1. Enter. Now it will ask you the password. Remember the password what you have typed, because this is the password we are going to use to access the Samba Server from the remote machine. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to share this, add this user permissions to that directory sys share. Now you can see that ls-f and ld, and see this, what is the ownership has been changed to sys user 1. Okay, this is what the permissions are required to write to that directory. That's why I changed the ownership of that directory. Now you can just verify this user is properly created and has the DB or not. Okay, you can use pdb edit -N-v and provide the username. It provides only the particular username details. Or I wanted to see all the users information over here. You can simply type that one, and you can see that the username over here, and its SID, identification number of that one, and group identification number. So all the details you can see over here, login hours and all the stuff, right? What is the domain and what is the by default profile path, all the home directory path and all the stuff, all the things you can see over here, right? That is the user, and user is created fine, and we are going to configure the shift share over here. In order to configure, you have to edit the /etc samba smb.configuration file. Okay, and go to down by pressing the shift G over here. You already have the definition over here. Okay, this is the definition you already have. You can simply copy paste over here, or else you can also write using this similar configuration over here. You have to open the browsers and sys I say that share 1. Okay, remember this is the name, you have to remember it. Why, I will tell you later. Okay, comment. So comment in the sense, what is the comment, what is the share is all about. Okay, this is just a name shift share. I say just a shift share. I do not have anything over here. Let's say path, and what is the path? Okay, shift share 1. This is the directory path I'm going to share over here. And browsable, you have to correct the spelling over here. Okay, yes. And valid users, add this username. Okay, sys user 1, right? Writable, okay, this writable can be overwritten by the directory permissions. Okay, you have to verify this user is correct or not. whether we have given this SIFS user over here, SIFS user 1, that's correct. Okay, now this is what the configuration you have to add into the Samba configuration file in order to share your directory as a SIF share. Okay, for single user configuration, this is what. Okay, now save it and just restart it, systemctl and restart SMB and NMB, right? Both the services has been restarted. Now you can go to the client side. So okay, firewall, we already enabled the firewall. Okay, now you can just go to the system, client system, and access this one. Okay, whether you can access from the Linux or you can also access from the Windows. Okay, we will see that both, how you can access from both. Okay, if you want to access from the client side, Linux client side, okay, what you have to do over here, so you have to install SIFS utilities, SIFS utils. This is what the package you have to install. Okay, the packet got installed successfully. Now what you have to do, so you have to just use this SIFS mounting the command. Okay, maybe you can create this local directory. I say that local SIFS. Okay, and mount -t and provide this file system SIFS, and I'm going to use this username over here. The username is, you have to remember that one username, right? Username 1. Okay, and // provide that server IP address or the server name over here if you have. Okay, so my server IP address is 43 over here, and go to client 43 and provide the name. So the name should be from the, okay, /etc/samba/ smb.configuration. So this is the name you have to provide there. This is the name, not this name. Okay, if you provide this name, the path name, it will be not accessible. Okay, this is the share name you have to provide there in order to access from the client. Okay, SIF, sorry, not SIF, share 1, and hit enter. It will ask you for the password. Enter the password, then it takes some time to mount it. Then you can see that df-h command, you can see that it's mounted successfully. Try to enter into that directory and now create some test file. See that how it goes. Okay, testing 1 2 3. Now it says permission denied because we have to set the permission on the directory side, like chown and the share user 1 and colon, provide the directory path, and ownership will change for that directory. Now change the directory permissions. Okay, 775. Okay, now just restart this SMB and NMB services and go back to the client now and see, try to create again the file. Now the file gets created successfully. You can see that test 1 2 3 has been created. df-h, it's mounted successfully, and go back to the server and see, go to that directory path and see the file has been created or not. Yes, it is created, and now you can list out that file with the which user permission you got over here. So it's a SIFS user 1, SIFS user 1. How to install and configure FTP server. So what does mean by the FTP server? FTP in the sense file transfer protocol, which using this FTP server you can transfer the protocol like there is no dependency on the platforms, like where you use a Windows server, or where you may use Linux server, where you may use Mac OS or different platforms, but still you can access this FTP protocol from any of the platforms, and you can transfer the files from one platform to other platform. It's going to be very useful for you to transfer the protocols, files, the directories are zipping up. So maybe if you have a bulk files, example say that a huge size in file, if you wanted to send to the remote client where the user cannot have access to your network, but still you wanted to send some files using this FTP, you can send the files to the clients, where upload the files and share the FTP link so that they can log in and download the files, or they can also upload the files and you can download the files from your end. By default, the VSFTPD is the service name. So in this you have to start and install the packages, and 20 and 21 is the port numbers of the FTP. For one is for using the upload and one is for download, and the default configuration path is going to be a /etc/ vsftpd.configuration file, vsftpd/vsftpd.conf file. Okay, and the document root, by default the root path is going to be a /var/pub/ftp is the default FTP path, where you can store some files and upload files which can be downloaded over the browser, or maybe you can also use some clients, example say that FileZilla clients, or maybe a WinCP or anything. You can connect the FTP and download and upload the files, managing your files for the FTP as a local browsers. You can also use the browser to connect it. So I'm just going to use this minstall vsftpd star. The dependency package is also going to be installed over here, and vsftpd package has been installed. Now systemctl, and say that enable vsftpd. So it's going to be enabled whenever the service has been restarted, and say the service has been start, and check it up the status. The status is now it's working fine. Right now, firewall -cmd -permanent -add service equal to FTP, or you can also use port number 20 and 21, something like this. Okay, or else like add port equal to 20/TCP or 21/TCP, something like this also you can use. And now reload this settings so that the firewall change is getting affected. After that, what you can do, you can just go to the client side and install the FTP configuration FTP and browse the file system. So maybe you can simply go to /var FTP, and pub is the location where I can put some files. Touch, example say that FTP test, I say that 1 to 20 or 1 to 10.txt files you just created, and 10 files has been created over here. Now you can simply go to this web and browser. I'm just using this browser over here, and say that FTP //192.168.2.51. now you can see this, the pub location, and these are the files. You can see this. Okay, now this is just like you can one side you can upload it and client can download it, or maybe you can also use FTP commands, where you can simply connect using this FTP. Okay, FTP, and say that 192.168.2.51, and say that the username is FTP by default and the password is also FTP by default. Now I can say that login has been successful. Yum install FTP over here. Now FTP 192.168.2.51, and now username is FTP and FTP is the password. Login is successful. Now you can simply type ls and you can see the directory over there, and go to pub and type ls. A little bit of the scripting. So I have a scenario there, and I'm just going to give you this scenario and how you are going to write this script. So the scenario is, every day from Monday to Friday, one directory will be created. In the sense, the directory name will be created using this year, month and date under /full backup, daily backup and year, month and date, and it will be moved back to its parent directory every night in the sense every midnight, to /full backup /archive. However, Saturday, Sunday and Monday directories will move to /backup /archive path every Monday evening. In the sense, Saturday, Sunday and Monday, the directories will be there in /full backup /daily backup until Monday evening. So Monday evening, Saturday's folder and Sunday's folder and Monday's folder will move back to the archive path on Monday evening. Okay, so directory names will be created. The example is over here. You can see this. This is the example. This is how the directory's name will be created. And I would like to delete the directories older than 2 days from /full backup /archive path. How to do it is the question. You can use any script or any method you can use to delete those directories older than 2 days from /full backup /archive path. So the problem statement is that I found whenever I use this, actually the find command will do the job for us, like find the path and where the type is directories, and modified time of that directory is more than 2 days. Then remove this, the print all these directory names using the print 0 and pass it to the remove command, rm command over here, and delete them. Okay, you can do this way, but what is the problem statement over here? It is that whenever this command does not work as expected due to directory modified date for Saturday, Sunday and Monday are Monday's date. Example, our Monday date is 28th and modified date for these 3 folders. Example, say these 3 folders, when this directories, whenever it moves to the archive, the modified date of these directories is 28. Then whenever you use this find command, you cannot able to find. Example, say that modified time is more than 2 days. So if you see these 3 directories, so these 3 directories says that modified time is 28. So you cannot delete. If I run on 29th, still I cannot able to delete these 3 folders. So when I am going to delete, if I run on 31st of the December, then I can able to delete these 3 folders. So I don't want to do that. Always I want to keep only the 2 directories on /full backup /archive. So that is the question. So here I have found 2 methods where I can do this scripting. Example, say that to simulate this question, what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to create this but example, this does not work of course, but just for showing this script how it works, so I'm just going to create these directories /full backup daily backup. I'm just going to create it over here under these directories, and I'm just going to create this directories whatever you would like to. So these are the example directories. You can see this, these are the directories has been created over here. So this is the directories called 24, 26, 27, 28. Okay, and maybe I can create a few more, like 29, 30, 31st, maybe first over here. Okay, so this is the folder structure over here. Now I want to delete the directories based on its modified time, right? So but now modified time would be like not the straightforward over here. So I have to create one more directory over here, slash full backup and archive, and move these directories from full backup, daily full backup, to archive. Okay, I'm just moving this to slash full backup archive, and go back to the full backup and archive, and see this, the directories are over here. Now I would like to do this, deleting these directories, and how you can do that. So maybe the find command may not work because the m time of that modified time of that directory is, example, if I go to archive and start that directory, start, and see this 2018 12 24th. So the modified time of this directory is not something different, right? So this is 31st, something like that. Okay, this does not work for us, because if I based on this time, if I would like to see this example, say that 25th folder, okay, this is modified date is latest one, so I cannot delete this one, right? So now I wanted to delete that folders based on using the script. So here I have written the one script, so where it can validate the directory's date and convert that date into the epoch time, then minus this starting date and ending date, and validate that time to the more than 2 days, then delete that folder. So how does it work? So let's go ahead and create the script. So example, say that I'm just going to create a scripts directory over here, and go to slash scripts, and create the script name more than, example, xdate.sh. so here I'm just giving the bash script, and say description is that delete the directories older than 2 days based on directory name validation. Okay, I'm just taking this directory names and validating them, and deleting them. Okay, so what I'm doing is that first ls-ltr, and I'm just doing this directories listing out. So the directory listing out over here is that full backup slash archive, and here I'm just cutting that directory names using this awk print statement. Okay, print $9, so it is in the 9th position. Then I'm grepping that grep, okay, because there is some other directories in that actually, but in this case it's not there. Okay, maybe you can eliminate this one, slash script slash this, that output I'm just capturing over there. So what does this command do actually? So if you can go ahead and type into the terminal, okay, and you can see this, These are the directory names I'm grabbing from this folder. Okay, now what I'm doing is that I'm using the for loop for I in. I'm just going to cat this file, and do. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to calculate this directory's date timestamp, call it as start time equal to, so I'm just using this date command over here to convert that directory date into the epoch time, -d. I say $I and 000000. What is this? This is hours, minutes and seconds. So using this date and hours and minutes and time, using this date %s and -d will convert that actual time into the epoch time. Now I'm just grabbing this end time. So where is the end time is coming from? End time is that our system time. So end time plus %s. Okay, and I'm just doing this command calculation, the time calculation over here. So using this double braces and say that end time minus start time. Okay, so if this start time is end time minus in the sense end time in the sense current time and start time in the sense before time, so the directory's name based on the name I'm just calculating that. Okay, if the start time and my end time minus start time, if it is more than 2 days, okay, I'm just converting the time into the where into the hours or the minutes. Okay, print and do the and it is in the sense it's calculate the value by 60. The value can be converted into the 60. Then I'm storing this value into the this scripts directory and the name is value, maybe a number, I can do anything, and I say that I'm just counting that value, so assigning that value to the count. Say that cat and scripts value. So what is the value? The value will be stored into the count variable. Now if, so I'm writing the if condition over here and say if the count of the value is more than 2880 minutes, which means that more than 2 days, then example say that I'm just printing some statement over here. Directories are older than 2 days $I. So I just would like to print that directories to output file called example say that job log, something like that. Now I run rm-rf and delete from full backup /archive $I and close this if condition and close the for loop. This is how the script is written, and you can see this colorful script. So what I'm doing here is that I'm just grabbing that directories name using this ls-ltr and printing this 9th column from that output. Then after that I'm storing that output into the one of the file called directories, and I'm catting that using the for loop and say for loop. So one by one directory by one directory, I'm just converting the directory using the directory name and adding some timestamp to it, and it converts the directories. So what this exactly this will do over here, this command will do over here in the sense I will show you our example over here. Example is, if I do 2019-01-01, it will convert this into the epoch time. So, and now I'm just getting this current epoch time using the %s. So this is the current epoch time. The one is the older epoch time. Okay, this one, and I'm doing this minus this, so that I will get some values over there. The value I'm converting into the minutes, and the minutes I'm calculating over here. So example say that so here, so what I'm doing, this is the start date and date, and end date minus start date. I get some value over here, and the value will be converted divided by 60, in the sense hours, the minutes will be calculated, in the sense the values will be calculated into this many minutes, and the value will be stored over here. And if the count of that, I am assigning the value to this count, and if the count is more than this many minutes, in the sense 2 days, then it should print that directories to this file and delete them. So how this script is going to work over here, let's example say that we have to give the permission before that, and I'm just giving the execute permissions, and I'm going to execute this. So before this, I'm just going to show you over here is that ls just ls, and you can see these many directories are there in this archive directory. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to run this script and see. Now you can see, go ahead and see this, how many directories are there over here. There are only 3 directories over here which are matching more than today's time, because today is 31st as per the date, today is as per the system date, today is 31st. So whenever I run again this command over here, which can delete this older date timestamp data. Okay, now you can just go ahead and see this job logs. Okay, what it says. So job log directory says older than. Okay, so I did not added the double quotation over there, that's why it's printed like the last directory path over here. Okay, like this you can see this. Maybe you can go ahead and see the value. What is the value over here? The value is this one. Maybe you can see this what are these directories I fetched from there. So these are the directory names I fetched from there. So this is the script, how it works. How, like, there is a question maybe like related to this one, like they are going to give you one file, in that they are going to put a user names, and they are going to ask you to write a shell script. Say that whenever you run the shell script with the file name, so it should create all the users which are located on that file. Example say that here I have the files list over here, like users list. These are the users I would like to create on this machine using the shell script. So how you are going to create using the single shell script? These are the users. Okay, you can also create using the user add-s like that, but that is not the intention to create. But you have to do like single script. You just run it, it should automatically create all the users. Okay, so over here, so I have a script, this script. So I have just written how to create multiple users over here. So the first of all I put in a if condition over here, say that $hash, in the sense in the first positional parameter, if I do not provide any input to this script, so it should show that the usage should be something like this. In the sense you have to use something like this. If they are saying that they did not put the file name, so this is the error it will show. It will validate based on the positional parameters, like which position you have given this value over there or not. If the positional value is 0, then the positional parameter count. This will count the positional parameter over here, and if the positional parameter is 0, then it gives you the error saying that okay, this is the way to execute the script. Otherwise, if you given already the positional parameter as a file name, then the first positional parameter it will take $1 in the sense first positional parameter, then it will go to the for loop. In for loop, so that the positional parameter we have to give is the file name. Okay, if file name is valid, then it will do a cat that file name, then it will run for loop for user add -s. The user is going to be a false, in the sense like the user cannot be logged into the mission, it's a false. And the $i value where you storing over here on the for loop, like this is a I variable, we are assigning the value using this cat, like cat first line of the file we are going to assign to the $i, and $i will be a name of that user. Then user add will execute this command and create the user. Otherwise, if there is no file found, then what happens, it will throw you this error that file whatever you provided the file name is not found in the that position. So first of all, we are going to see that, let's going to execute this script over here without providing any input over there. So which says that usage is sh/root script.sh file name. So this is the way we have to use it. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to provide a file name which there is no file exist on this machine, like in this path. So if the error is going to be file not found. Okay, maybe I say that users, so file users not found. Okay, in my case, if I give you a correct example over here, so correct file name, before that what we are going to do is that we are going to just going to see that /etc/password file over here. There is no such a users right now. Okay, but later point of this script execution, the files are going to be this script is going to be create the users. Okay, now this created the users. Now just go to the /etc/password and you can see this, the users are created over here. You can see that Ravi Kumar, techarkit, YouTube, test 1 2 3 users has been created into this machine using that file. So this is the way they ask you to create a shell script. Based on that, you have to create the shell script, and this is a one example over here, like create multiple users provided on the certain location of the file using the shell script. So here you have to use a simple for loop, also works for you without using the if condition, all the stuff. But if condition it makes little bit professional, like where it validate the file name whether you given correctly or not, all the stuff. So that this is the way you have to write the script to resolve that question. This MariaDB is similar to the MySQL. So MySQL has been taken over by the Oracle, and the Oracle guys don't wanted to continue with the MySQL as a default. So that's why they changed this MySQL as a MariaDB, and MariaDB added some little more capability to the MySQL. And but in the server level, all the MySQL commands will work as same like a MariaDB configuration. So there is no change, like if you install MySQL or MariaDB, the PHP modules or the Java modules, ODBC and JDBC works similar to the MySQL. So maybe you have to install a little bit of MariaDB driver if you feel that any compatibility is stopping you, so that you can work in the backend applications. You can deploy MariaDB or MySQL, does not matter to the application, because the same MySQL command works on this MariaDB itself. In order to do this, so what packages you have to install? So by default in RHCL 7, if you install MySQL also, it installs MariaDB. But if in particular to MySQL, if you want to install on the CentOS 7 or RCL7, you have to map the MySQL repository to this server and install that one. But similar way, if you want to use MariaDB, this is the process you have to follow. Yum install MariaDB and say MariaDB -client. So both the services you have to install. So MariaDB is going to be installed right now. So MariaDB server package is not installed in the previous command, so I have to install this. This is the MariaDB server package you have to install in order to start the MariaDB service. So it's going to be set up the MariaDB test packages as well. Now systemctl enable MariaDB dot service. Now the service has been enabled. Systemctl and type start MariaDB dot service. Now you have to enable the firewall ports, firewall -cmd permanent -add service equal to MySQL. So this is the port number you have to add. In my case, my firewall is stopped, that's why this command does not work. In your case, if firewall is enabled, you have to do these two commands to start allow these services to be communicated to the external host, or if you want to connect from remote to this database, you can connect it using this service enabling by this port on the firewall. Now so let's go and verify that ss command -tulnp and say that grepping for maybe MySQL. You can see this, the port is running over here and it is listening on the port. You can see this, and you can go MySQL_secure installation, so that this will set up your communication like the default configuration. First of all, I do not have any root password for this one setting, so just enter it and say if you want to set the root password, say yes, I want to set the root password, and set the root password over here and enter it, and remove the anonymous user. So I don't want it to anonymous users to be accessed my MariaDB instance, so I'm just removing it. Disallow root remote login. So if you want your database instance to be accessed remotely, then say that no. If you don't want to allow remotely, you want to use only for the local applications to be accessed on the local server itself, say yes. Okay, disallow root login remotely, no. Okay, I want to allow remote login. So remove test databases, maybe if you want you can remove it and reload the privileges. Now done. If you want to log into this one, MySQL -u root and password, you have to enter the password. Now you can see that the MariaDB has been used. So now say that show databases, and you can see that so there is no databases over here. You can say that create database name, maybe I can give that techarkit something like this, and now show data bases. You can see that the databases has been created successfully. Now exit from this, and you can go and log in from the remote if you want. Okay, or else if you want to create some tables on that one, you can also use something like MySQL-u and say that username and password you can simply provide over here, and use techarkit database. I would like to create that tables on this. Say that show tables, if you have any it will show. So I do not have any tables over here, that's why it says that it's a empty one. Now what I'm going to do is that create table and say that employees is my table name, and I'd say over here is that enabling process and closing process. In this id init, maybe say that the value is 10, and name, employee name, I'm going to say over here, and it is going to be a varchar. And how many characters you can enable, maybe I can say that 70 characters I enable on the name, and I'm going to say that emp id. Okay, maybe you can see that employee id over here, and say it's going to be again a varchar. Maybe in employee id I have decimals and numeric numbers, and I say that is going to be a 20 numbers, and say that maybe something like anything, the mobile number, something like this. I say mobile number, this is going to be a 10 numbers, mobile number would be 10 numbers, and say mail id. Okay, and mail id is going to be a varchar again, and maybe I can say that's 10 IDs or 12, maybe depends on how the organization create the email address. So here I'm going to create the table with the table name called employees. In this I'm going to create a columns called id, name, employee id. Okay, id in the sense not the employee id, this is the default id number, and the employee id and number, the mobile number and mail id. So it says that show tables, and you can see that describe employees. You can see this, our table has been created like this. Now if you want to add some data to that one, you can use this insert statement. Maybe I can say that insert, and say insert into employees. Maybe you can copy paste from over here, and save values. Okay, close and open brass, and say that within the quotation I say 1, the number 1 I'm going to edit over here, and say that next one would be a employee name, which is going to be a Ravi, and maybe the mobile number I'm going to say that anyone 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Okay, this is the mobile number I'm just going to give, and email id. So email id, the sense I say that aravi at server-computer.com. that's it, right? So the first field is id 1, and name is Ravi, and mobile number, sorry, employee id number. So maybe we missed it over here. After this name I'm going to give this employee id number like 1 2 3 4, right, and mobile number and email address. Let's say that, enter, and you have to end up with the semicolon always, and say that select star from employees, and I'm going to see the data. What is the data I have inserted over here, right? So here in the email id, why this is only numbers over here, because we put only some 12 characters, something like that. That's why the varchar is truncated your values to the 12. Okay, now if you want to update any statement over here, example, say if you want to update the email address or the employee id, something like 0 rows affected. Now you can see this, the id number has been changed to 2. Okay, like this you can use user creation also, you can say that create user, something like that, create user. Maybe I would like to create the username called Ravi, and maybe you can use percentage. By default it takes the local host, and identified by password. So what is the password you are going to give over here? Say that the my password is password only, and say end up with this semicolon. The user has been created over here. Okay, maybe you can grant the user permissions to that table, something like this, using the grant statement, grant, and I'm going to say that select, update, delete, insert. So these are the statements the user is going to be get on where it's going to be get. So maybe on the table. So I'm going to give this database name as techarkit dot start. So on all the tables of that database, I'm going to give to Ravi at localhost, and I'm going to granting this privileges to the Ravi. So the user, I have created Ravi, and the user has the permissions to select, update, delete, insert on this particular database and all the tables. To restrict the users to don't visit unwanted sites, or maybe due to that unwanted sites you may get affected with the virus, all this stuff. So going forward to that way, so we just restrict the users to access those URLs, then filter this URL by filtering the traffic filtering, so that users won't get the unwanted content or the harmful content to the users. So how you can do that? So basically what that proxy will do over here, example say you have a internet. So the internet, example say it will be terminated on one of the switch or the edge router or something like that. But on there, so whenever the traffic is passing through that internet, in the sense to the internal users for the maybe laptops or that desktops, or maybe using the Wi-Fi to the mobile users. So what you have to do is that you just pass all the internet traffic through the proxy server whenever the users has proxy IP address on their browser, so that they can get the internet, and the filters will be applied on the proxy server over here. So that way we can control some of the traffic from the proxy server, or we can also limit the bandwidth, or time to time we can also restrict the users to not to use the internet after some certain of time, something like that. You can make a lot of rules to configure or the filter the web traffic, all the stuff. So in order to do that, what you have to make is that you have to install the packages, the packages called Squid packages you have to install, and the service name you have to start is Squid, and the default port number is 3128. Configuration path for this Squid is /etc squid.conf. Here I am using RHCL7 or CentOS 7 to as a server and client. How it works, we just go ahead and see that. First of all, in order to do that, you have to install install Squid packages. You have to install. Now packages got installed successfully. Now just go ahead and enable and start the service. systemctl enable Squid and start the service. Verify the status of this Squid, whether it is running or not. So it's running. Let's see that how this status and we have to enable the firewall cmd permanent. So we have to allow the firewall port 3128 to communicate with the client's port 3128/TCP. So firewall is not running, that's okay. So if the firewall is running over here, then you have to make this role, otherwise no need. So after that you just reload this firewall configuration, then it would be okay here. Now, so just we have installed and started the service, but we did not make any rules over here to restrict these types of the URLs we wanted to block, or we wanted to control the downloads, or they restrict the file type, something like that. We did not do anything over here. So in order to do that, what we have to use is that just go ahead and edit the configuration file, squid.configuration file. So this is the configuration file where we have to use it. Basically these are all by default added possible VLAN configurations over here. So if you are using any of the series, maybe you have to just simply modify this, otherwise you just comment over here and make your own. So here maybe I just copy this one, paste it over here. So similar way I'm just using over here is the 2 series. I don't want all of this 16, the sense 65,000 URLs over here. I just want only the 254 URL, 255 IP address. I just allowing this 255 IP address over here. So now what I made here is that ACL for the local net is the name. So maybe you can use any other name. Let's say that my proxy net, something like that. Any name you can use over here. Now, so we just define the series, the IP series of it. Now you have to allow or deny. I just wanted to allow this as HTTP access, allow my proxy net, this series I am allowing over here. Hello. Now allow using the ports. Example, say what are the safe ports, what are the not the safe ports, you just allowed over here. So here I'm just saving something like this, is that, so this is the one of the rule just I allowed over here, and these are the by default safe ports. Okay, and it's already allowed. Now if you want to make any other rules over here, let's say that I wanted to make some rule over here saying that I want to define some bad sites, not exactly bad sites, or maybe you can define the bad site something like this over here, bad sites. Let's say that mine the ACL name itself bad sites, and URL rejection, in the sense like regular expressions, using the regular expressions over here. I just I wanted to restrict these bad URLs. So where is the file is located of your URLs? So every time no need to come onto the configuration file and add the bad sites. Just go to that bad sites, maybe spelling mistake over here, you can use anything, of course, bad sites, HTTP_access. I'm defining the policy saying that deny these bad sites. Okay, what is mean by, so allow above your whatever the IP request comes from the above, allow it, but deny whenever the request comes to this URLs, bad sites URLs. Like this you can allow or deny using this definition. So now I did not made any bad sites configuration over here. Now let's go ahead and create this file, bad sites file. So in this bad sites file you have to add example, say that in Office I don't want to browse some social networking sites. Okay, I don't want to allow Facebook. Okay, like this. Or maybe I don't want to allow YouTube because lot of people are just doing YouTube videos and choking the bandwidth or utilizing more bandwidth. So I just wanted to block over here like this. So now I have saved it. I just made the two changes: systemctl restart Squid to affect the configuration. So it says something error over here. So there are some other policies associated with this local net over here. Let's say that but we have disabled the local net over there, so that's why it says that already the local net policies over here. So that's why I'm just going to change this proxy name, this group name, to local net itself, so that the below policies, whatever it is there, it's going to be allowed over here. Okay, now restart it. Okay, no issue. Okay, looks like fine. Now what you have to go is that you just capture IP address of this server IP address, and go to the client. Okay, this is my client. So what I'm doing over here is that I in this client go to this web browser and provide that proxy IP address over there, and try to filter that whatever the blocked URLs over there, so that you can get the traffic to that server hitting whatever the browser history, all the stuff, you can see that. So now our browser is opened. Just go to over here and okay, before that you just go to search for facebook.com. so I did not added any proxy over here, but now you can go to the facebook.com. I'm able to see that the facebook.com URL over here I'm able to browse. But if I change my proxy, let's go to advanced and network and settings. Here say manual proxy settings, and proxy address you have to provide over here 192.168.2.43, and the port number is 3128. And maybe you can define that use proxy for all of this one, so that all this go over there, and exclude proxy for local host. So when I am typing this localhost web browser settings, so it goes to the no proxy settings over here. Okay, and click OK. Now just go to the server side and put a monitoring over here /var log squid access.logs over here, and whenever you are browsing, the access logs will keep on monitoring over there. And you can see that now I'm trying to access the Facebook. So see this, you can see this request going from this IP address 192.168.2.202. so whenever it hits the bad sites, right, so it does not load the Facebook. So maybe I can use a different, and you can see that the Facebook server is refusing the connection. So why it is refusing the connection? Because whatever the traffic log which is diverting using this over here, which is denied. Okay, so the access logs, you can see over here that saying that the user connection, whatever it is there, so it is denying. So you can also format this log based on your requirement, and say maybe youtube.com. So youtube.com is coming. Why? Because so there are some static content, or there are some CDN URLs which does not reflect over here. So whenever you hit youtube.com, actually the traffic is not coming exactly from the youtube.com. It goes to something like gstatic.com or ggpt.com, something like that, right? So you have to disable these gstatic.com or ggpt.com, something like this. These URLs you have to add into the bad sites, so that you will get that URL working fine. So you have to go to bad sites over here and say in the YouTube you just add these URLs, gcpt.com and gstatic.com, this one. Okay, because the content is delivering from this sites, so you can see these images and all the stuff you can which is delivering from over here. You just add these URLs and restart your Squid proxy server, and now go to the client and try to access this YouTube. So now proxy is refusing the connections. So like whenever you add the youtube.com, why it is not able to restrict? Because the content is not delivering from the exactly from the youtube.com. It is delivering from the different caching sites, like which are the CDN, the content delivery network. So that you have to block those content delivery URLs also in order to block this youtube.com sites or the facebook.com example I showed. Maybe you can block a different sites. So but before that you have to verify that associated CDN URLs or caching URLs are the static content delivery network, so that you have to add them also into the blocking list, so that associated site will be blocked. Maybe if you want to add some rules based on the timelines, or based on the like you wanted to add some content, like example say mp3 I don't want to use, I want to just block this mp3 extension or mp4 extension, like videos and audio files I don't want to download by the users, it should simply restrict. So in that case, what is the URLs you have to add over here? So squid.configuration file over here, and add the ACLs over here. Example say in similar way, so my added bad sites over here, right? In similar way I'm defining one more ACL, say that block file extension, something like that, and you just provide the URL path underscore regular expressions. Okay, and here define one more file for the extensions. Okay, use Squid and say that the similar name I use, block files over here is the file name .acl. Now define http underscore access, the URL I'm defining, deny these block files. So now I'm defining over here this way, and go back and create this file and add the blocking extensions. And one more way is that I wanted to add one more ACL. Example say that I want to work only the internet during the work hours. Okay, let's say that define the time. So from when to when. Example say that I wanted to define 9 o'clock in the morning to evening 9 o'clock, maybe 19 hours. I don't want to use in between. Nobody wanted to use the internet connectivity on my office network. http_access deny work hours. So that what happens, whenever your destination time, the time of the server reaches to 9 hours or the 19 hours in between, so that your internet access won't work. It simply says that okay, no access to your proxy, in a sense no access to internet, something like that. Now you just define these extension files over here. I'm just going to define the access files over here. Let's say that example, I want to block all the torrents, don't want to any torrent extensions, dot torrent I want to block. So in this case, define dot torrent dollar AVI, capital AVI, small GB, capital GB, something like that. You just put it into the extensions over here and put this. So that whenever you are browsing trying to download any MP3 content or AVI or MPEG files or FLV files, so it simply blocks, you do not download any of this. So like this you can make this Squid proxy rules, so that you can block or restrict or fine tune your bandwidth to use only for the what the internet is meant for. Like that you can use it. Or maybe if you wanted to restrict the download speed over here, maybe you can also make the Squid rules over here, maybe like this, restricting the speed ACL over here. You have to define the ACL. Maybe I am going to define one more ACL over here. Let's say speed control and source. Where is the source? 192.168.2.0/24. so all the network. And delay, define the rule is that delay pool 1 and delay class 1 2, delay parameters 1, and how much you wanted to restrict. So that example, either I wanted to restrict to 512 kbs, something like that. You just define those numbers in download and upload speed, calculate those speed and define over here. And delay access allow speed control. So I am applying to this. So what happens, it will use this parameters whenever they wanted to download something like that. So they the proxy will keep only the download speed to whatever you defined, that many bits. So the internet calculation will be in bits. So whenever you are downloading anything, so that the users won't spike your bandwidth utilization, so that it will be in your control. So that like that you can put some of the restrictions over there. So based on your requirement, you maybe add some more rules. Okay, so this is what maybe the Squid proxy rules you can add it. And you no need to select anything. Example, say that while installing your operating system, what you will select is that what is your keyboard language, and what is your system language, and what are the packages are required, and what is the time zone, and what is the username and password, and what are the users you have to create, how many packages you have to install, how many partitions you have to do. All this stuff you manually define and install it. Example, say that if you want to install a 1 or 2 systems, that's okay, you can just simply manually select and install it. But example, say that I have hundreds of systems, like I have servers which are newly, I'm just establishing a new data center. So I wanted to install 30 to 40 systems or 100 to 200 systems. So if you want to install those systems manually, it will take a lot of time, and you require maybe a multiple number of CDs you have to burn it, and all the systems if you install it also, those are not be a consistent manner. Like some packages you may select on one system, or some packages you may not select on other system, so that there's going to be a not a constant installation. So that's going to be different installations. Like individual systems cannot be compared each other, so the installation is goes little different than that system to this system. But if you'd like to install this systems with consistently, like all systems should be intact and should be the same packages and same servers and same things you wanted to do that, then how you can do using this method. So that is a method called Kickstart installation. So the Kickstart installation is nothing but what we will do is that while installing you will select all these things, right? Like time zone, keyboard, how many process, like how many partitions you would like to create, or how many users you would like to create, or how many packages you wanted to install, all this stuff. So we will write a auto answer file, and that auto answer file can be embedded into your one of the server, and packages can be shared to the all the servers using the HTTP protocol or NFS protocol or FTP protocol, anything. In this scenario we are using HTTP, but there is also another method called is that you can also include that auto answer kickstart file into the CD itself and make an ISO, so that whenever you put that CD, so it will automatically install. You don't need to select anything, just finding out that kickstart file will work for us. So this way we are going to do a lot of things like automating the operating system installation, so no need to do anything. Okay, installing more than one servers or two servers, it saves a lot of time for you to do a things, and multi-distribution also supported. Example say that if you want to install a Red Hat distribution or CentOS distribution or maybe a Ubuntu distribution or different servers, so you can do that. Or maybe you have some PostScript like scripts you already have in place to make your server hardened and your server optimized way to install all the stuff, you can do using this PostScripts installation. PostScripts also you can include into this configuration file, so that what happens, that can automatically do your stuff. FTP server, so install httpd star, or httpd is also enough, so it's a local installation, that's why I put a star. The packages is going to be installed over here. Okay, now httpd packages got installed successfully. Just install one more package called system config kickstart. So this is the kickstart configuration package which required to install your configure a graphical user interface for the auto answer file creation. Done. Now what we are going to do here, it is that we are going to do a first of all auto configuration file we are going to generate over here. Okay, so that's the, if you want to launch that kickstart configuration file, system config kickstart is the command which will launch your graphical user interface over here, kickstart configurator. So here you have to select it and save into the file. So first of all, default language is going to be USA and keyboard is US English, and time zone, what is the time zone you have to select. So time zone you have to select which time zone you are in. So example here I'm in IST, so I have to select the IST over here, Asia Kolkata, and password you have to specify the password over here, and the same password would be encrypted because nobody can see this encrypted password. After system installation, it's going to be reboot. And installation method is going to be a HTTP, and here you have to write your HTTPD path, HTTP location path over here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to capture this IP address. Okay, 192.168.2.50 is my location, right? So here just write http:// this IP address, and this is what, if you want to put it on the default location, or else if you want to do something different, then you have to use the different path. So I'm just using this default path over here. Maybe if you have the directory, maybe if you want to create some directory over here, you can also create something like DVD dump, something like this. So I just say DVD. So this is the path you have to remember, you have to give while you are dumping your packages. Okay, now bootloader. So I wanted to install the bootloader. So do you want to set any password while installing? So you can do that. Install the bootloader as a master configuration. Okay, and partition information. So this partition information can not be a LVM, so it's a standard partition you have to use. Okay, just say that clear master boot record. If you already have the master boot record on the system, it's clear it and remove all the partitions, remove all existing partitions and initialize the disk. Okay, and add the partitions, something like this. So I would like to say that slash, and I would say /etc. Okay, ext4 is the partition I would like to say, and this the root partition, it's going to be a example, say that I would like to take it up 5000 MB. Okay, 5000 MB for slash, and I'm going to use boot as a ext4, and I'm going to use it for 500 MB in size. Okay, and maybe I am going to use a var ext4 partition, and I'm going to use maybe a 1000 MB, 1 GB in size. And if you'd like to say that maybe a swap partition I would like to say here, maybe I would like to say that 2 GB in size. Okay, that's it. So those are the default partition I required, slash and /boot /home and swap. That's it, it does not require much. And network configuration, maybe if you would like to say that add network device. Okay, network device may be like ETH0 and obtain the IP address from DHCP, because I cannot allocate static IP address for all the systems to be a same IP address. Okay, and authentication. So do you have any authentication enabled already? Then you can use this authentication here. So what happens if you use this authentication, which is going to be joined to your LDAP or Kerberos or SMB configuration or anything, you can use over here. So I do not have any, that's why I use this default password configuration. This is just SHA-256 or SHA-512 bit to encrypt your password. And firewall configuration, so for now I don't want to configure any firewall, I'm just disabling SE Linux and firewall over here. Later point of time also you can switch on or switch off your firewall. Okay, display configuration. So how we'd like to install a graphical environment. Do you want a graphical environment? You say select this one, yes, or else you don't want, you just remove this one. Okay, so package installation, how many packages you would like to install over here. Okay, so that is going to be select. And do you want to run any installation scripts, pre-installation scripts before installing the operating system? Do you want to run anything, or post installation script? Okay, you can use this anything. So I don't want to use any postscripts over here. Okay, just see as it is. That's it. I don't want to run anything. Now file, save this file, and where you wanted to save this file. So I'm just going to over here root, in the default root I'm just going to save this case.configuration file. That's it. Now our default case configuration file is generated. Okay, let's say this case.cfg file. This is the configuration file. You can see this, the default path, and all this. See this encrypted password, reboot equal to yes, all the stuff. See this, where is the your URL? Actually this is the URL. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to dump this entire DVD into the default location of my web service. Before that, what you have to do is that we are just going to start HTTPD service, because the HTTPD service is required for me to configure the DVD dump. Okay, now my web service is started. Just verify it. Okay, and I ensure that the firewall and AC Linux would be stopped or in disabled state, because I don't want to stop. Okay, set and force and see status. This is going to be a permissive. Now /etc SC Linux and configuration file. So here I would like to disable this SC Linux. Of course, until unless you reboot this SC Linux, it won't be disabled. Okay, but anyway I'm just setting to the permissive mode. That's why it won't stop anything. And system CTL, sorry, firewall -cmd -permanent -add service HTTP and HTTPS. Now reload. Right, I just added the firewall exception over that. Copy -rv/mnt*2/var www html and dvd. So here copy entire content, which is going to be copied to that drive. So in meanwhile, what you can do is you can simply copy this case.file. Okay, copy case.cfg2/var www html and dvd. And go to that path. See this, the content is copying still. We have to wait for the entire DB to copy complete. Now you can see that the entire content has been copied. So you can just simply go to this var www html and dvd and see that the entire content has been copied over here, and our default configuration file, the case auto answer file, also is copied into the same location over here. Now you don't need to start anything over here. Just go to the new system in the sense we do not have any new system over here, but what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to create a new virtual machine over here. Let's say that my new virtual machine, I just create Linux and let's say Red Hat 7 and say that Kickstart client, right? And one processor, I'm just going to give here 2 and default configuration and create disk, maybe store in a single file, and see this. custom hardware, and I'm going to map my ISO file over here. ISO okay, and say close and finish, and my VM is going to be powered on, right? Say power on, and my VM is going to be powered on over here, and stop over here. Okay, and here do not do like install or troubleshoot anything, just press escape. So after pressing the escape, so what you have to do, you have to point your this installation file, the Kickstart installation file over here, so that the installation begins automatically. Say Linux http://192.168.2.50/dvd/ks.cfg file. So this is the path should be accessible to your anytime. So whenever you would like to access from anywhere, it should be accessible, then only you can see this. So like this you could able to see this kfg.cfg file configuration, so that your configuration is working fine. Okay, so here what you can do is that Linux ks equal to http://192.168.2.50 our server, and path is dvd/ks.cfg file. Enter. So now what it's going to do is that using that ks.cfg file, it's going to load this configuration, whatever the configuration is going to be load as a default. So we are not going to touch anything, just in the graphical mode we just see that's it. The installation is keeps running, and we do not touch anything, it automatically installs, and it would be ready with the operating system. See this, we did not do anything. Software selection source changed, so it was saying that source changed, please verify. See this, the installation beginning from here, http:192.168.2.50, and it's going to be a minimal installation, and the custom configuration partitions, all this is coming from there itself. I did not do anything. See this, date and all the stuff came, and say just begin installation, that's it. See this, the root password also is set, I did not set anything. So now the Kickstart kicks in, and it will install and configure your partition and all the packages. It's going to be installed. Let's wait for some time. So the package is going to be installed, and it would be finished within some time. As you can see now, 200 packages already installed. See now, it's performing post installation step tasks. See, now it is generating the initial RAM-FS file system. The installation completes. So we say that in configuration that after installation reboot it. So it's rebooted. Now you can see this, the operating system has been installed, and it is starting your virtual machine. Now just whatever the username password you have given, just give that username and password, and now see this, whatever the configuration we given, that is the valid configuration over here. See this, 500 MB we given for boot, and 1 GB we given for home, and slash we given 5 GB. So this is the minimum configuration path, minimum configuration we given, and that is there. And now we can type free-m. You can see this swap space 2 GB we have given. Similar, all this configuration has been set it up and your machine is ready to use. Please follow us on social networking sites. One is Facebook. The Facebook page name is @Linux ARKIT. You can click on this button here and click like page so that you can follow us on Facebook. The next one is Instagram. Instagram name, page name is arkit.co.in. Click on follow button to follow me. And Twitter, if you have any questions on subject line, or if you have anything, you can just tweet me at @ravikumar48. So I will reply you most on the tweet back. For anything related, if you want the latest articles on my website, so here is my website details and email address details. You can reach me over here.